Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Official report. No, there is no official. Honourable members, for now there is no message from His Excellency the President. Do not have a formal communication by the Speaker. We proceed to take the correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honourable members, correction of votes and proceedings of Monday, 24th March 2025. Page 1. Page 2. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, let me thank you for your attention and recognition. Page 8, item 6, under correction of votes and proceedings of the 37th sitting. I think Friday, March 2025 should be 21st, but not 20th. If you check from the calendar, because under that, the statement made by the honorable member for Subin has also captured the incident as having occurred on the same Friday, and the date over here is 21st March 2025. So I think that Friday should rather be 21st March.
Very well, table office, just cross-check Friday's date. Page 9. Page 10. Eleven, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of the 38th sitting dated Monday, 24th March 2025 as corrected is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, statement. Honourable members, before taking the statement, Can we vary the order of business to take item numbered 7? Then we can come to the statement where our leaders will be concluding. Comment on the budget. Leaders, Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Majority Leader.
My colleague should show some indication. This is the government front bench. Show some indication.
Speaker, my brother is again in a litigious mood this morning. Speaker, the indication is that there's an urgent statement regarding some fire outbreak and some conflict in 2 constituencies. But we want to further engage so that perhaps we can take that tomorrow morning. So,
Honourable Member, my view is that we take item numbered 7. That is a presentation of papers.
Speaker, I agree. So
then
that after
we'll come to a statement where leaders will be concluding.
Yes, where leaders will conclude
That's so.
the debate on the...
Is that the sense of the House?
Speaker, I am not in disagreement, except to remind my colleague that yesterday a number of the reports, a number of papers were laid, specifically some reports on the estimates related to environment, finance, roads and transport. They were laid yesterday. So maybe Chief with you may want to make the necessary legwork and get this report so that we can at least start with them. Yes. I'm aware environment is done. So speak after the statement.
Yes, but before taking the motions, we will ensure that the reports are distributed to members. Before we take the motions.
Okay, Speaker. All right.
Speaker, indeed, environment is done, agric is done, local government is done. Health, I know, concluded yesterday. So we'll proceed with the laying of the outstandings.
Yes, what I see the minority chief whip saying is that once those reports are laid and it's for distribution of members, it should be distributed so that we can proceed to take the motions consequential to the distribution of the reports. So, honorable members, let me vary the order of business to take item numbered 7, presentation of papers, item numbered 7A1 by the majority leader.
Report of the Auditor General on the statements of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the half year ended 30th June 2024.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution for members. Items numbered A2. Yes, the Auditor General is referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Annual report of the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2023.
Report duly presented and it is referred to Committee on Local Government. A3.
Annual report on the staffing position of the Office of the President for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024.
Report duly presented and it is referred to public administration and state interests. Item numbered 7B. Is that ready?
What's the 7D?
The formula on the composition of parliamentary delegations. Is it ready?
Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Delegation? Yes, it is. Okay.
Then let's move to... Yes?
Speaker, D is ready, so we can lay that as well.
Very well. Item number 7B.
As well as C.
Report of the leadership on the formula for the composition of parliamentary delegations and other parliamentary groups and associations.
Yeah, this is procedure. Nobody has bowed to that. I saw the leader got up. He got up. He did not bow.
He didn't bow.
He didn't bow.
No.
Maybe it's inadvertent. It may be inadvertent, but he didn't bow. Leader didn't bow. All the earlier ones, he bowed well.
Yes, so
and I saw his heart.
Honourable members, report duly laid and it is for the distribution to members. Item number 7C.
Speaker, C2 is ready, so that too can be laid.
Third, report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of standing and select committees.
Report duly. Yes,
With respect to 7C, this is a committee chaired by the Right Honourable Speaker. I thought the leadership would rather seek leave, your leave, for him to do it. He's not clothed with the powers to lay it.
Well, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I have the powers to lay. So, Speaker, yes. It's just the laying. Speaker.
So just seek leave to lay it on behalf of...
Speaker, may I seek your leave to lay this?
Honourable members, leave is hereby granted.
Third, report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of standing and select committees.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. D, 7D. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the reports of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies itemized as D7D I Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 5 are all ready for lay. So, with your permission, I will have them laid.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby lay the reports of the committee itemized 7D Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimate of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on... very well.
Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the Audit Service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates for the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the report numbered item number 7D, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are duly laid, and it is for distribution to members of this House. Item numbered E.
Speaker.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, respectfully, E and F are not ready, but my indication is that item number K and M are ready for laying.
So do we take it that apart from K and M, others are not ready?
Speaker, may I seek your leave to lay K on behalf of the chairman of the committee?
Very well. Item numbered 7K.
Report of the Joint Committee on Local Government and Rural Development and Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly presented, and it is for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to allow the honourable member for Medina, who is a member of the Constitutional Legal Committee, to lay the report on behalf of the chairman. Speaker.
Leave hereby granted.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the report is duly laid, and it is for distribution to honourable members. M2.
Speaker, may I again seek your leave to enable the honourable member?
Leave accordingly granted.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid, and it is for distribution to honourable members. Honourable members, let me have your pleasure,
Speaker,
to acknowledge the presence of students from the following institutions. 1, Akachi Senior Technical High School, led by Ajujoli Stephen Kujo, a teacher. They are from Akachi South, 45 in number. Honourable members, Akachi South is within Speaker's constituency. Bogosu MA Basic School, led by Samuel Kesson Ajay, also a teacher. They are from Prestia, Huni Valley constituency, 42 in number. Mauli EP Junior High School, led by Chahe Emmanuel, head teacher. They are from Ho Central. And Ho Central, the member of parliament is Kotosu. There are 134 in number. Honorable members, on my own behalf and on behalf of this August House, I wish our students a fruitful stay in Parliament. You are highly welcome. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I just got the indications that items number 7E, F1, 2, and 3, and item number 7G, H, I, J, and L are also ready for laying. Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members, let's take those items one after the other. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
You see, my friend, he's beaming with smiles, and I'm cooperating with him. I'm giving him all the cooperation. Ultimately, we want to ensure that our preparation is passed. Yeah, he should do the other things too. That will make all members smile, just as he's smiling.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, just take note accordingly.
Speaker, keep taking. Speaker, keep taking. I'm very grateful. Speaker, may I, in the circumstance, seek your leave to lay all this on behalf of the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker.
Leave is hereby granted. Honorable Chief Whip, are you a member of the Roads and Transport Committee?
Speaker, I'm not. Speaker, I'm not.
What of the Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker.
And we have agreed to do it.
Very well,
Yes.
very well. Go ahead. Item numbered 7E.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transportation on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly presented and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered 7FI.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Public Service Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered FII.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered 7FIII.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item number 7G.
Report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Parliament and Parliamentary Service of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item number 7H.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 7I.
Report of the Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 7J.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Item numbered 7K.
Speaker, K has been
taken.
So we move to L.
Then L. Item numbered 7L.
Report of the Committee on Economy and Development on the annual budget estimates of the National Development Planning Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution of the honorable members. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of Ms. Esther Mwambu, Deputy Sergeant at Arms, Uganda Parliamentary Service. She is visiting the Parliamentary Service for 1 week. Honorable member, you are welcome to Ghana. Yes, any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have to go back to item number 6, statements, but is to enable the leaders of the House to conclude. But Mr. Speaker, may we seek your leave to take one statement from a member so that we can get the leaders ready. I'm sure after that the leaders...
Honorable leave is hereby granted. May I have a copy of that statement?
There are two statements. I mean, one apiece.
Let me have copies.
There's one on the blasters. Shall we begin with that one, Speaker? Sorry. Oh, this one is current to leader. After that.
Honorable members, in the circumstances, let's take statement by Honorable Damta Amma Apianima Salam, Member of Parliament for Efija Kwabre South Constituency, on the Black Stars' victory against Madagascar.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Speaker. I rise with great pride and joy to congratulate our local Black Star on their impressive victory yesterday against Madagascar national football team. Mr. Speaker, this victory is a testament to the team's resilience, skills, and unwavering determination to make Ghana proud on the international stage. The Black Stars have once again demonstrated the spirit of excellence that defines Ghanaian football. Their hard work, tactical discipline, and teamwork have brought glory to our nation and rekindled the hopes of millions of Ghanaians who passionately support them. Mr. Speaker, I commend the players, the technical team, and the Ghana Football Association for their dedication and commitment. This victory is not just a win on the pitch, but also a unifying force for our country, reminding us of what we can achieve when we come together with a common purpose. Mr. Speaker, the success of the Black Star is not an overnight achievement, but the result of sustained investment, planning, and support from various stakeholders, including past and present administrations. I would like to recognize and commend the former government for their contributions to Ghana football, including infrastructure development, youth talent nurturing, and strategic investment that have helped shape the team we celebrate today. Mr. Speaker, this victory is a reminder of what we can achieve when we work together beyond political divides. The Black Stars have once again united Ghanaians across all regions, religions, and political affiliations, providing that our collective support is the backbone of their success. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate their success, I urge all Ghanaians to continue supporting the Black Stars in their future matches. Let us stand firmly behind them as they strive for even greater achievement in Africa and global football. Mr. Speaker, there is no stopping now. We are going to the World Cup, and I know our boys will make us proud. Yeah. Once again, congratulations to Black Star. Long live Ghana football. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the statement on the victory of the Black Stars against Madagascar was ably made, and it is for a contribution. Yes, Honourable Eric Adam Agbana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement in accordance with Order 93.5 of the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement for bringing this statement to the House. However, while commending the maker of the statement, I wish to extend my gratitude and congratulations to the entire Black Stars team, and also to the Sports Minister, the Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, whose leadership has been commended across board among the sports fraternity. Mr. Speaker, I am a football person. Mr. Speaker, I have been in. No, we cannot conclude that because of the encouragement and the unwavering support from the government of the day, today the love is back, and the GFA does not need to embark on a love is back campaign any longer. We saw that as they won 5-0 against Chad, and the 3-0 victory that they choked far away in Morocco yesterday. Indeed, all of us can conclude that the real Black Stars is back. The reset Black Stars is back. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, due to the leadership of the Sports Minister, we are confident that Ghana will go to the World Cup. Regrettably, we lost out on the African Cup of Nations for 2025, and I believe that the Sports Minister will lead us to the World Cup so that Ghanaians will enjoy the beauty of the game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, comments are supposed to be brief, not exceeding 5 minutes. Honourable John Dako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank the maker of the statement, Honourable Dalmata, the Honourable MP for Afija Kwabre South. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this is a very good statement, and we thank the Black Stars for putting out all the energy to win the 2 games for us. We are happy when the Black Stars are winning. We are hoping that they will continue to win, make us proud, so that we will all go to the World Cup. But, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I happened to be at the stadium for the first time in so many years, and I made an observation which I believe this House should take into consideration in our subsequent meetings with the Sports Ministry. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, for the first time, I went to the VVIP section of the Accra Sports Stadium, and I was amazed that the VVIP session was so overbooked, was so overcrowded, and that members who were sitting could not even see the stadium to watch the ball. And then on the right side of the stadium from the VVIP session, a particular part of the stadium had been blocked for safety reasons. In the course of the match, the particular section was opened and the place was filled up. In fact, it took an announcer at the stadium to warn the spectators not to lean on the metal rail guards at the stadium. Mr. Speaker, we've known and we've seen the stadium disaster, May 9 disaster, what it caused this nation. And so I'm using this opportunity to appeal to the sports ministry, the GFA, and the officials in charge of the stadium to be wary of the way they issue tickets when we play football matches in this country. And the fact that they can actually oversell or... Oh, I've done that already.
Honourable Member, continue.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that the officials in charge of our stadia do not continue to oversell tickets or allow more people than are supposed to be allowed into the stands. It is a very dangerous thing I observed on last Friday, and I believe that it should be taken up. On that, I thank the maker of the statement again and wish the Black Stars very well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Please, you have the floor. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor. Please, your microphone off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure because he's behind a pillar, he wanted to be fast. So I pardon him. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Football today is the biggest industry in the world. And my prayer is that as a country, we've not taken much advantage of it. But I wish to congratulate the Black Stars and the whole of Ghana. For so long, we lost touch with our football. There was no love again. But as at the last Saturday, the Black Stars gave us a massive victory. And the possession was even 57 against 38. It cannot be coincidence. I believe it stands to communicate something better to us, which we won by 5-0. You see, in terms of football, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has always been so good. I want to remind Ghana that around 1963, the Black Stars played a friendly match against Real Madrid, and we played 3-3. As at then, there was no team that could stand with Real Madrid, but we were able to play 3-3 against Real Madrid. And that was 2010. We went to the World Cup. We qualified to the quarterfinals. We were a step away, just one penalty away, to reach semifinals. It was rather unfortunate. One of our players kicked the ball away, which we've been told he's a card-bearing member of our brothers from the other side, which he was a leader.
Honourable member, be mindful of Order 93.5.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm mindful of it. It cannot generate into any debate because he was the leading member for the sports side with the campaign team. So it cannot generate debate. It's a fact. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that now, if not the last Saturday, we lost touch with our football. We even lost 2025 African Cup. We are not part of it. But we want to thank the current sports minister for bringing life back to our football. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure everybody that football cannot be played on any field. As at last year or so, we were told we wouldn't be able to play football in Ghana, all our stadiums. There was no stadium that was fit for purpose. But today, in our budget, we stated that we are going to rehabilitate the following football stadiums. That is the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Accra Sports Stadium, Esipong Sports Stadium Phase 1 and 2. We are committed to making football unique again in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with nothing more to say, I wish to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on this statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yauboma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend the maker of the statement and also put on record that we appreciate the performance of the Black Stars. We stood here about a week ago to tell them how the country feels hurt by their performance. We don't want to politicize our national team by making comments that will generate debates, but to put on record that the current minister or the current management of our football, national football team, inherited a team that was on top of the log already. Inherited a management team. The Black Stars were on top of the World Cup grouping. You can check the facts. He's saying no, but he should check. Number two, we asked them to at least win the next two matches, which they did, to garner the 6 points that we required of. But, Mr. Speaker, the Black Stars are ranked about 75 on the FIFA ranking, and that is not where we are supposed to be. If you look at, if you know where we as a country want our national team to be, we want our national team to be at the levels that took us to the last 8 in 2010. That is where we want our national team to be. We encourage them to play better and to be at the level that will gladden the hearts of Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker. Madagascar, Mr. Speaker, is ranked 116 out of 210. Chad, 176. Mr. Speaker, this is just the preparatory steps towards the World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Watching the team, we still lack the creativity in our midfield, and we still need some playmakers. Ghana football is used to playmakers and skillful players. We can't find them in the team. They had to even drop Ernest Nyama to play in that role. Yesterday, he even started from the bench, Mr. Speaker. So we want our Black Stars to be at least at the level of 2010. That is what we are talking about. But we wish the Black Stars the very best. We know that they will qualify for the World Cup and ensure that Ghana attains greater heights in football. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this should bring us to the end of that statement. We take another statement. Then, very well, leadership.
Speaker, the statement originated from our brothers and our sisters on the other side. So we started.
Okay. So,
yes. So if we can take one more from our side, then.
So, Honorable Samson Ahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice in congratulating the Black Stars for the performance in the last two matches. Mr. Speaker, we all know that in this country, politics has divided us. The only football that brings us together. And that is why we have to commend the Black Stars for bringing the football life again in this country. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly happy when I saw the President John Dramani Mahama, before the match with the Chad Republic. President Mahama visited the team and if you listen to the fatherly advice that he gave to the players, the inspirational advice that President Muhammad gave to the players, Mr. Speaker, what we can only do is to say a big thank you to Mr. President for that inspirational message that he gave to the team, which has resulted in scoring 8 goals in 2 matches. Mr. Speaker, 8 goals in 2 matches. You are comparing Chad, their rankings. What is the rank of Comoros? Madagascar, they came and then defeated us here. So just comment where it is due. Mr. Speaker, we also want to commend the Minister of Youth and Recreation. Just two months. Just 2 months. Just 2 months. All that we need to do, including the minority, is to pray for him, to pray for the sports minister, so that God will grant him the enablement, so that he can see affairs of sports activities in this country. I also want to commend the technical team for what they have done. Mr. Speaker, I think that we commend the Black Star team highly and pray that they do well for us to qualify for next year's World Cup. And I know, by God's grace, and with the support of government, and with the personal intervention by the President, Black Star is going to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. That will happen in US and then Mexico, so that Patrick Boamanko can go and on this note, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Leadership, any indication?
Speaker, on our side, I will gladly yield to
Honorable Abna Osei Asari.
Osei.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague who made a statement, and also congratulate the Black Stars for putting our hearts at ease with their 5-0 last week, and then with a 3-0 this week as well. But Mr. Speaker, it is not just what we see. There are a lot of things that we do behind the scenes. And so I expect that we don't just come here and sit and talk and encourage, and just speak and congratulate the president for a fatherly whatever. They all have fathers, so I believe that before they left home, their fathers advised them. Yeah. It is not the fatherly whatever that the president gave that made them win that election. But I believe that it is something that they have been doing consistently, the consistent training, and the training did not start in 2 months. It started way back. So we build teams and we make sure they succeed. Mr. Speaker, but my only concern is that we don't see a lot of our local players in there. And that is what we should look at. We don't see a lot of our local players, but here we are every day saying that Adia will fear Oye to wait. We should, grow our own things. We should handle our local, we should appreciate what we have at home. But we don't see our local players. Most of the time, it's the foreign players we call. But yet, we have teams, the Kotoko, the Samatex, and all those other teams who have very good players. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling on the National Sports Authority, we are calling on GFA, and we are calling on the Minister for Sports to make sure they do everything possible for us to see the local people in the Black Stars as well. And then, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, my brother on the other side mentioned the fact that they are going to renovate their stadiums, they are going to do this and that. But when you look at the budget for Ministry of Sports, there's no capex. It's zero capex. So where are they going to get that capital expenditure to make that, to do that renovation that he's talking about? So, Mr. Speaker, he should come again, or the minister should tell us where he's going to get the money, since there's nothing under capex for Ministry of Youth and Sports. But it's my hope. It is my hope that we will innovate all our stadiums and make sure we also encourage our young people to take up sports, not just the Black Stars, but all the other disciplines are also very, very important. And so we should also spend money on them as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, majority.
Speaker, may I yield my place to the Honorable Chair to do this?
Yes, Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me to comment on the statement by the Honorable Member, and also thank the leadership for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, we all remember about a month ago, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was in this house to deliver Sona address. In that address, he called on all Ghanaians to rally behind the Black Stars. He called on all stakeholders to put hands on deck to ensure that Ghana reclaims its lost glory in the international stage. And Black Stars have responded appropriately. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, Honorable Patrick Yabuama issued a battle cry to the Black Stars, and they have responded positively. Honorable Speaker, Ghana has a checkered history in the Black Stars in the World Cup tournament since our maiden edition in 2006. Thank you, leader. Where we defeated Czech Republic, we defeated United States, and only got eliminated by Brazil. In 2010, Honorable Speaker, Ghana made history by becoming one of the only 3 African countries to have reached quarterfinals, and was only denied a semi-final berth by the infamous hand of Suarez. At this moment, Ghana is on the threshold of going to United States, Canada, and Mexico, having won this double header, annexing 6 points out of 6, putting Ghana on the top spot with 15 points. The nearest country closest to Ghana is Madagascar, which is on 10 points. What that means is, with the remaining 4 matches, we have our own destiny in our hands. All that we need to do is to win 3 matches, and it doesn't matter what happens in other matches. Mr. Speaker, this is a clarion call on each Ghanaian that they need to qualify for United States, Canada, and Mexico socioeconomically cannot be overemphasized. And for that matter, we should all rally behind the team. Before I take my seat, Honorable Speaker, let me add my voice to what Honorable Sanson Ahi said. It is very important to recognize the very important role His Excellency John Dramani Mahama played in these wins. Honorable Speaker, in 2024 we played a number of qualifiers. Did we see President visiting the team at their training sessions? This is the first time.
Honorable Member, be guided by standing order 935.
Honorable Speaker, I'm guided. The presence of His Excellency, the presence of His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama at Accra Sports Stadium prior to those matches contributed immensely to the results we saw in Accra and in Morocco. And finally, Honorable Speaker, those of us who were in Accra Sports Stadium on Friday will testify that Accra Sports Stadium has seen a massive facelift in the last few months. Just last year,
Honorable member, your time is up. Honorable members, we recognize another statement in the name of Honorable Dorcas Afro-Tofi on the economic empowerment and financial literacy of women. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on an issue that is not only fundamental to gender equality, but also critical to Ghana's economic growth. The economic empowerment and financial literacy of women. Mr. Speaker, for too long, women, despite their significant contributions to our economy, have faced barriers to financial inclusion. Nearly 44% of businesses in Ghana are owned by women, yet they struggle to access credit, investment opportunities, and financial education. Addressing these challenges is not just about fairness, it is about ensuring Ghana's economic prosperity by unlocking the full potential of half of our population. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend His Excellency, the President, and the Honorable Minister for Finance for their commitment to women's economic empowerment by allowing seed funding for the Women's Development Bank in the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is a transformative step toward bridging the financial gap for women, ensuring that they have access to affordable credit and financial resources to grow their businesses. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that when women thrive economically, families are lifted out of poverty, communities develop, and national economies grow. Mr. Speaker, women's businesses in Ghana contribute approximately 20% to our GDP, making them key drivers of economic progress. Yet, Mr. Speaker, despite their hard work, many women are unable to access financing due to lack of collateral, high interest rates, and limited financial education. This is why the Women's Development Bank is not just a financial institution, it is a pathway to economic independence for millions of Ghanaian women. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not alone in recognizing the need for tailored financial support for women. Many countries have successfully implemented similar initiatives with remarkable results. India's self-help groups have empowered millions of women by providing access to credit, financial training, and business support. This model has helped women create sustainable livelihoods and strengthen local economies. Mr. Speaker, Bangladesh Government Bank has demonstrated the power of microfinance, helping women transition from small substance businesses to profitable enterprises. Rwanda's Women's Guarantee Fund has made it easier for women to access loans without the burden of strict collateral requirements, significantly increasing their participation in economic activities. Mr. Speaker, the lesson here is clear. When women have access to financial resources, they reinvest in their families, businesses, and communities, driving national development. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must follow this proven model to maximize the potential of our women. Mr. Speaker, access to finance alone is not enough. Financial literacy is key to ensuring that women can effectively manage their resources, invest wisely, and build sustainable businesses. Mr. Speaker, with the mobile money and digital banking becoming more dominant in Ghana, it is crucial that women, especially those in rural areas, are equipped with the knowledge to use these financial tools to their advantage. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge the government, financial institutions, and stakeholders to implement nationwide financial literacy Programs targeting women in both urban and rural areas provide business development training to help women manage and expand their enterprises and strengthen policies that encourage inclusive financing for women entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, a financially literate woman is an empowered woman. An empowered woman is a force for national development. Mr. Speaker, investing in women is investing in Ghana's future. The establishment of the Women's Development Bank is a bold and visionary step toward removing financial barriers for women and enabling them to become key players in Ghana's economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, women do not just deserve a seat at the economic table. They have earned it. It is our responsibility as leaders and lawmakers to break down the barriers that hold them back and create an economy where women can thrive. Mr. Speaker, let us support this initiative and work collectively to build a Ghana where every Ghanaian or woman has the financial power to succeed. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. Yes, if there's any indication how many contributors?
Speaker, may we take two contributors and then leaders will wind up.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably delivered by our colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jomoro. And the subject matter that she raises is one that's of importance to the majority of Ghanaians, and the majority of Ghanaians being women. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our women are involved in economic ventures and require financial support. And visits to the traditional banks sometimes creates difficulties for many of our women. And that is why, first, it's exciting that the two leading political parties agree that women should be supported financially. Ahead of the last election, our colleagues on that side were talking about the Women's Development Bank, and we on this side were talking about the Women Trade Empowerment Fund. Mr. Speaker, if today the people of Ghana have voted for the Women's Development Bank option, we have to help ensure that it succeeds. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the current allocations that are being made aimed at helping it succeed are worrisome. 51 million Ghana cedis will not even meet the capital requirements of a bank in Ghana. And so while in principle the idea is good, it would have been better to have opted to use that money for a fund, which initially is what we had proposed. But be that as it may, today the idea is a bank. I think that all of us, in agreeing with our colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jomoro, should also endeavor to encourage the government to quicken its efforts to significantly fund this initiative. Else it will not succeed in achieving the objects that we desire across the political divide. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, once again, I commend the maker of that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending the maker of the statement for bringing the issue of women once again to the fore. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I wish to take the opportunity to once again congratulate Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who, as we speak today, is the first woman to have risen to such heights. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Vice President was sworn in as, Mr. Speaker, the chairperson of the Armed Forces Council, the first ever to happen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to promoting the welfare of women, and so far, we have seen that in all its actions. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the budget, 2025 budget, an amount that has been committed to providing sanitary pads to our girls in the basic schools. Mr. Speaker, there is also a provision of a whopping 51 million Ghana cedis to be used to start the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, I believe this and many other initiatives that will come along the way will help in promoting the welfare of women. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Befi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the maker of the statement for this wonderful statement delivered this afternoon on the floor of Parliament. I guess we all will want to commend her for this wonderful statement because of the fact that it's about women. And when women are empowered, the whole society becomes happy, which is very important. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that looking at the way NPP gave credence to a policy they wanted to bring, I'm talking about the Women's Development Bank, we're so sure that the Women's Development Bank was going to be a bank that was going to create opportunities for women and also going to give women in this country the opportunity to access loans so that they can undertake their business successfully. Unfortunately for us, the Minister of Finance, only in his financial statement to this House, gave a paltry 51 million cedis, which is not even close to the initial capital to start a bank, let alone a development bank in this country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pray and plead with you to push for that correction to be made because it was a mistake, a complete mistake for His Excellency the President through his Minister of Finance to give only a paltry 51 million cedis as initial capital, which is not supposed to be the case. It will not even be adequate for them. So that at least women can be empowered to be able to undertake their project. Speaker, on this note, I would like to urge my fellow custodian to sit down so that I continue my... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to add a word or two and proceed with your leave to pat the maker of this important statement at the back. She's proven not only to be beautiful in body, but very deep in knowledge. Speaker, the crucial role that women play in our economy cannot be underestimated. We ought to celebrate them every now and then with all the force that we can marshal. Mr. Speaker, our wives, our sisters, our aunties play very crucial role in the economic aspect of this country. They engage in direct production, they serve as aggregators, they engage in marketing and all other aspects of the value chain. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that the maker couldn't have done a better choice than looking at the issue of looking at very reliable sources of credit to empower our women. Indeed, it's been their headache, and we in Ghana cannot reinvent the wheel because examples exist out there. And she has duly mentioned in her statement the Indian Self-Help Group as well as Bangladesh Grameen Bank. We in Ghana should embrace this idea of Women Development Bank. And then I am exceedingly grateful to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the foresight. Indeed, our colleagues on the other side are making issues with the seed capital of 51 million. Speaker, even Rome was not built in a day. Rome was never built in a day. And so a bank must have infrastructure. We need offices.
Honorable member, conclude.
We need offices. We need a lot before we come to the capital itself. For us in Afajato South Constituency, we really are grateful, and I pray that since I do not have any single bank in my constituency, we may begin with the Women Development Bank from the Afajato South constituency. Once again, Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the maker of the statement very much. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We will conclude the commentary on the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honorable members, the Honorable Minority Leader and Honorable Majority Leader would have their turn to make their contributions to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. May I humbly call on the Honorable Minority Leader to make comment on the budget statement using 40 minutes. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make my own comment on the budget statement presented by our colleague, Dr. Kasiel Atufosi. Mr. Speaker, I sat through the comments. I watched colleagues express their views in my office, and I must say that this House has the talent for the purposes of legislative governance. And I commend colleagues for all their efforts in making their views known on this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, having listened to colleagues, it will be superfluous to add on to what has already been said for Hansel. But I have some views of my own, which, Mr. Speaker, I believe Hansel must equally record. Mr. Speaker, I have this to say by way of opener, and I rely on Shakespeare's Macbeth. Shakespeare wrote in Macbeth, "I have no spare to prick the size of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which overleaps itself and falls on the other." It is obvious that the NDC government, through its finance minister, presented to us a budget as hollow as it is, but with ambition, overleaping itself, falling on the other, which does not prick him. He decided to impose it on us as if the government means well.
Indeed, it was an Azam budget with no promises, and the fact will speak for itself. Mr. Speaker, first, the Minister of Finance created the impression that the government of the NDC inherited an economy in crisis. Let me remind him of the facts. They inherited an economy growing at 5.7% in 2024, one with an agricultural sector growing at 2.8%, an industry sector growing at 7.3%, and the services sector growing at 5.9%. Mr. Speaker, added to this, the MPP government bequeathed an economy with 4 months of import cover. Obviously, this is not an economy in deep crisis. The NDC, in the minimum, should have been magnanimous enough to acknowledge this, as compared to their own resetting economy, which only aims at growing at 44% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, it is said in our local Akan language that unye bibi mawasia and bonu krono. In other words, if they have nothing to offer, they should not discredit the MPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I say that this budget is an Azam budget because this budget failed to acknowledge the success story of the previous administration and the effort made to revive the economy and sustain growth. Mr. Speaker, the minister in paragraph 21 of his own statement lamented the growing unemployment situation we have in the country. But what do we see? In less than 3 months in office, all we hear, sack them, sack them, sack them. And they do so without shame. Now they're creating a Ghana for NDC and a Ghana for others. If you belong to the Ghana of others, they don't care. They terminate your appointment and you have the ministers defending their actions. Since when did employment after December 7 become an irregular employment? So far, it is only one minister who has lived up to the promises of the Constitution by refusing to sack Ghanaians in his ministry. But even so, it's too early to commend him. We wait to see what he's going to do. All other agencies are sacking Ghanaians, all because they do not have NDC party cards. This is a government for NDC apparatchiks. They don't believe in the Ghanaian dream. They don't believe in the promises of the Constitution. And they do so because they have no spare to prick the size of their intent. Only partisan ambition overleaping itself and falling on the other. Shakespeare reminds us of this. This is the character of the NDC. It is their party first and nothing else. We have seen how they approach issues of accountability. Mr. Speaker, we in the minority are not against accountability. We believe in accountability, but we are against abuse of human rights. Today, all the human rights lawyers in the NDC have kept quiet. They've gone to sleep. Where are their human rights lawyers? They are human rights lawyers who are in court enforcing the rights of citizens. Where are they? Today, Ghanaian citizens are detained by investigative agencies beyond 48 hours. Ghanaian citizens have their right being abused without taking them to court. The NDC that bill does not believe in the rule of law, and it is clear in their posture. So-called legal search, which ends up in intimidation. Today, if you even criticize them, they threaten you. If you criticize them, they threaten you. They threaten you. And they say, if you dare me, I would release the tape. Release the tape. We tired of the hate, the hypocrisy, and the double standards. We tired. Today, we have two Ghanas. One Ghana for the NDC, which is a Ghana of enjoyment, and another Ghana for the MPP and political opponent, which is a Ghana of pain and anguish. Is this a resetting you promised? Is this a resetting you promised? Today in our public service, whereas they are sacking Ghanaians, they are bringing their party foot soldiers with questionable qualifications. Their party communication officers are filling all the PRO offices in our public service without interview. Have they so soon forgotten their own case in the Republic, in Donko versus the Republic? Have they forgotten the ruling in the case of Donko versus the Republic? Oh, NDC. Yatuaba Enuyenhu. Oh, NDC. Ghana for Enuamuhu. But, Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana take solace in Ngugi Watiengo's "Weep Not Child." Weep not, child, weep not, my darling. With these kisses, let me remove your tears. The ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. You, the NDC, we are reminding you, you have only 4 years. The 4 years will soon come. If you spend the 4 years in persecution, your time will come. Your ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. The power you have today is like an ice block. It started melting from December 8th, January 8th, and it will melt until the next elections. Utilize the power wisely. We want employment. The Ghanaian youths are unemployed. Many of the youths you are sending home. What should they go and eat? How should they feed their families? People are suffering. And you are refusing to provide opportunity for all. This is a country of equal opportunity. This is a country with a promise of fairness to all Ghanaians. If all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. If all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. Go to court and do the case. We're tired of the attacks in the media. The media trial must cease. This is a country of rule of law. This is not the country we are proud of. Go to court. To the NDC, go to court. Use the judiciary. Use the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, let me come to their so-called 24-hour economy. When the president came to this house, he promised us in his sona that the 24-hour economy will find expression in his budget statement. He told us. When Dr. Atufosin came here, he now tells us the 24-hour economy will come later. The policy will come later. So you lied to Ghanaians. How come in 2025, your maiden budget, the 24-hour economy policy is not featured in that budget? So 2025, we should forget about 24-hour economy. What you are doing in 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. We want jobs. You said that you're going to create 24-hour economy. When Akufo-Addo promised free SHS, he did not defer the free SHS policy. Today, even in the education sector, I cry for the Harun Idrisu led ministry. What is there in the budget? Let's open the budget. He has been denied every opportunity to lead a policy in the education sector. Is a GET fund under the Ministry of Education. Now, free SHS is being managed by GET fund. And under GET fund is either to report to the finance minister or is going to report to the presidency. We don't know. Oh, Haruna. Oh, Haruna. Oh, Haruna. Mr. Speaker, they cannot. Mr. Speaker, they cannot start with lamentation.
Honorable Minority Leader.
They cannot, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is leaders debating. If you encourage this, Mr. Speaker, if you encourage this, you destroy the
you invited Honorable
invited him. Mr. Speaker, I have not. Don't.
Because I saw you mentioning his name. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, they started with lamentation. They continue to lament. And even now, their ministers are lamenting. Oh, Harun Idrisu. What have they given you? You have been given a portfolio without resources. The free SHS policy. Read the budget. Read the budget. Read the budget, Mr. Idrisu. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? They've taken all your power from you. Mr. Speaker, this is our Assam budget. This is our Assam budget. And now let's even go to their so-called big push. The so-called big push. You promised $10 billion for this so-called big push on infrastructure. In your 2025 budget allocation, you are only allocating 13 billion Ghana cedis. Its equivalent is $800 million. Indeed, you promised $10 billion. Now, 4 years you have. Let's even say you want to divide this over 4 years. Do your mathematics. Even your maths is a suspect. Even your maths is a suspect. Now, refer to paragraph 240 on page 49 of the budget. The minister asks why anyone would promise to build Agenda 111 hospitals and fail to allocate enough resources to complete them. Is this a question to ask? You've come to inherit a project. The health infrastructure of our country is critical. Instead of allocating resources to complete this project, you are here lamenting. You are here lamenting. Lamentation. 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 Meanwhile, refer to Appendix 4A, page 139 of the budget, Office of Government Machinery. When you were in opposition, you were complaining about 326 million for Office of Government Machinery. Today, you are allocating 2.7 billion cedis. Hey! 2.7 billion! 2.7 billion for Jubilee. Your party people at Jubilee House. You are spending 2.7 billion. Meanwhile, the big push is suffering. Meanwhile, the woman in banking that you promised that you were going to establish a new bank for women, you gave them only 51 million cedis. And then you are paying party people. You've loaded party people at Jubilee and spending 2.7 billion cedis on them. Research alone is 70 million. What research? CSIR needs money. You are not giving them money. We need research to be done in our various hospitals. You are not supporting them. And then you are funding political research at Jubilee. 70 million cedis. 70 million cedis. We thank God that you have only one term. We thank God you have only one term. We thank God you have only one term. And you come here to say you are cancelling the 1D, 1F. What is your dream for the private sector? What is your dream for the private sector? Economy can only grow when there is a thriving private sector. When you give space to entrepreneurs, when you give opportunity for Ghanaians to do their business and to grow the economy. This 1D, 1F initiative was aimed at helping the private sector so that they can do their businesses at a cheaper cost and employ more Ghanaians. You come, you say you are cancelling. In its place, what are you doing? In this your 2024 budget, what is there in the budget of the private sector? You can read and read and read. You can edit and edit and edit your notes. You will find nothing for the private sector. All you know is sack them, sack them, sack them. All you know is persecution, persecution, persecution. All you know is arrest them, arrest them, arrest them. But I want to assure you that although we in the MPP and the minority will walk through this valley of the shadow of death, we will not fear any evil. God will be with us. You can decide to arrest all of us. You can threaten all of us of arrest, but we'll come back stronger and defeat you in 2028. This government has reneged on its duty to the people of Ghana. A bona fide of a government is to create jobs, is to ensure good governance. And this NDC government has failed in that responsibility. You have failed. Today in this country, the only road being constructed is the Chain Home Road. Yes. The Chain Homes Road is the only road. There's the only road. Where is the commencement? Where is the commencement? The only road that you are constructing is the Chain Homes Road. That is where you are busy constructing the roads. You've left the roads in Adaku. You've left the roads in Norton. You've left the roads in Akati South. You've left the roads in Winneba. The only road under construction is the Chain Home Road.
Akati South Road has been abandoned in 2017.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about new contract. New contract. There's no new contract in Akati South. Mr. Speaker, Boku Central Roads. Mr. Speaker, today, the only road, the only new runabout we are seeing is the Chain Homes one. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Where is the commencement? If you claim there is variation, what is the source of the variation? What a shame. What a shame. What a shame. You come here, all you know is to attack the Akufo-Addo government. You've forgotten that Akufo-Addo bequeathed you with a free SHS that was introduced and sustained. Today you are struggling. Mr. Speaker, you are struggling. The energy sector, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when we inherited the reins of government, we had serious challenges in the energy sector. Large collection inefficiencies, high distribution losses, high generation costs. But what did the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government do? The Akufo-Addo government, the Bawumia government kept the lights on Today, Dumso is back. Go to Ashanti region. Go to Ashanti region. Dumso by day, Dumso by night. Where is the energy minister? Where is the energy minister? Dumso is back. We need our lights on. We need our lights on. Stop the lamentation. Stop the lamentation. Stop the lamentation. You are in government. Your duty is to deliver on your promises. Your duty is to live up to expectation. All you know is persecution, persecution, persecution. All you know is arrest, arrest, arrest. You think by arresting people, you pollute the minds of Ghanaians and win power again. Owini power war. Owini don 2028 waba win. Mr. Speaker, they should know that the way to manage this economy is to live by the promises in their own manifesto. You came into office with promises. Don't throw your manifesto away. Don't throw your manifesto away. Let your manifesto work. The road sector, you promise to deliver. Deliver. And don't limit your effort only at the Chain Homes Road. Enough. You've done so much there. Enough. These are Azar budgets. Azar budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's go to agriculture. I weep for Erikopoku. I weep for Erikopoku. I weep for Erikopoku. They promised the minister on page 73, paragraph 390. This is what the minister states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 1.5 billion for agriculture for economic transformation agenda, of which Feed Ghana program, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkuko Nketenkete are all key components. Yet, on page 138 of the budget statement, under Appendix 4A, item number 13, the actual allocation for the initiatives under agriculture for economic transformation agenda is just about 924 million cedis and not 1.5 billion cedis. Wow. Oh, Erikopoku. So now the man has been rendered redundant at the ministry. At the Ministry of Agriculture, there's nothing going on. You made promises to the Ghanaian youth. You made promises to the Ghanaian youth that you are going to support them. Now you have given more money to Jubilee House for your party people than even to agriculture. Serious. You are spending money on your party apparatus at Jubilee House. 2.7 billion. Whereas agriculture, our farmers who were expectant, you promised 1.5 billion and delivered 924. Even of that, a chunk of it is going into compensation. Wow. Where is your capex? Wow. NDC. 100 million capex. NDC. Menyo. NDC. Sure, Menyo. Why? You are not doing anything for the farmers in Volta region. Go to the Volta region. Go to the Oti region.
Honorable, what you said in Ever, you have to translate it.
Mr. Speaker, it means it is difficult. It's painful. It's painful. What they are doing is painful. It's not good. It's not good. Menyo. Mr. Speaker, it's not good. What they are doing is not good. It's not good at all. They are not being fair to the people of Volta. They are not being fair to the people of Oti. Look at the arable lands in Volta region and Oti. Look at the lands in Savannah. Mr. Speaker, the poor farmers in Volta, the poor farmers in Akachi, the poor farmers in Chiame. Mr. Speaker, the poor farmers in Esojaman, they are not receiving any support. The poor farmers in Notong, as a center. Whole Central, whole East, whole West. Mr. Speaker, there are farmers in Ho. Mr. Speaker, the entire Ho municipality, they are not getting any support. And then you render Erikopoku redundant at the ministry. With 900 million. Erikopoku has been rendered redundant at the Ministry of Agric. What a shame. Mr. Speaker, what a shame. And instead of commending Joseph Boahinedu's Cocoa Board for achieving the 1 million mark in terms of tonnage, they came here to attack Cocoa Board. They forgot about the success story, and they forgot about the initiatives of the predecessors in that area. All they know is to attack and to lament. Mr. Speaker, thank God that this administration has only a term. Thank God. Thank God. Mr. Speaker, thank God that John Dramani Maham's government has only 4 years. Thank God that there's a new light ahead of us. A new light that will bring back hope. The true hope that the people expect. The true hope under NPP. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to exhaust the entire 40 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to exhaust the entire 40 minutes. Because, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the minority must know that after me, the majority leader will come. And we are observing their conduct. The majority led by my good friend Governor Agboja must know that when I am done, their boss will come. So my backbenchers are observing.
Members, order. Honorable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, it is very clear to us that our friends in government today were only interested in propaganda politics. They came into government with no clear plans for the people of Ghana. They came into government with no clear plans to create jobs. They came into office with no clear plans for the fisher folks of our country. They came into office with no clear plans for the farmers of our country. They only came to persecute, to arrest political opponents, and deny them their basic fundamental human rights. It is clear that this government came into being to kill private sector initiative. Is the reason why they are unable to tell us a single initiative for the private sector. I ask a question. What is the work of the trade minister? What is the work of the trade minister? They say they have an advisor for 24-hour economy. What is his work? And they've loaded so many people at the office of the vice president. Advisor here, chief of staff here. How many chief of staff do you have at the presidency? Mr. Speaker, the vice president has a chief of staff. The president also has a chief of staff. It's a matter of public record. Now, Mr. Speaker, they claim that we are going to form a lean government. Let me expose them. They have appointed more political appointees than ministers. Go to Jubilee. Spokesperson for this, deputy spokesperson, communication director, communication this, research that, research this. Oh, and then you claim that a lean government. Which lean government? Which lean government? So many presidential advisors, all coming at a cost to the country. Meanwhile, you promise Ghanaians a lean government. And Mr. Speaker, to worsen it, this government has demonstrated to be indecisive. The president, in swearing in the deputy ministers 2 weeks ago, promised that he was going to bring a list of 4 deputy ministers to complete the list of nominees. Mr. Speaker, it's been a third week. Indecisiveness. They cannot. All the remaining MPs in this chamber are fighting for the 4 nominations. What is happening? All the great talents, the women in this chamber are not being mentioned. What is happening? What happened to the affirmative action law? What happened to the 30%? What happened to Hajia Ladi? What happened to Zanato Ajimanroles? What happened to Eleni Tosu? What happened to her? Oh, what happened to the women of substance on the majority side? What happened to them? A government of discrimination. A government of discrimination. A government of discrimination. What is happening? Today, the majority bench is so demotivated. So much stress. Their members do not know whether they are to move from the left to the right or to move from the right to the center. You have to get a godfather before you get an appointment. Why? Godfather, after you've all fought for power, now you need godfather, you have to be begging for board appointment. Why? If you don't have a godfather, they will consider you. Why? The founder's daughter, not even deputy minister. Why? Go to Western region. All the talent in Western region, no appointment. Why? Go to Volta region. Vote to Volta region. Only 3 appointees in government. Only 3. Why? What have the people of Volta done to you? Why? Mr. Speaker, I end my case.
Honorable members, order. Is now the turn of Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to thank the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kessel Ato Balforson, for presenting the 2025 budget statement and economic policy to this House. So, Speaker, the statement and policy has been vigorously debated in the public space and commented on in this House. We've all gotten richer by listening to the debate and the commentary. This House benefited from a 3-day workshop where we had experts and resource persons help us deepen our understanding of the budget figures and the policy proposals. So, Speaker, today it is the turn of leadership to wind up the commentary, if not the debate. And I just listened to my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, who had just spoken. After listening to him, Mr. Speaker, I miss the days of people like J.H. Mensah, who, when they debated the budget, you walked away highly educated in economic figures, statistics, and policies. I was wondering whether we were listening to a debate of the budget or a debate about governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, in order that listeners are not confused, I want to restate that the debate is of the budget policy that was presented to this House and not governance generally. Mr. Speaker, the budget clearly establishes President John Dramani Mahama as a talk and do president of Ghana. Talk and do president of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish e-levy. E-levy, Yamutu. E-levy abolished. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish the betting tax. Betting tax, Yamutu. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish emission levies. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy promises to do that. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, that is also going. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised not to tax small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, that is also going. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to stabilize the city by establishing the Ghana Gold Board. That is also happening. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to reduce the size of government and cut down on government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, ministries are being reduced from 30 to 23 and ministers reduced from 88 to 60. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, we promise to cut down on waste and inefficiency, and we are removing Ghana Cares, You Start, One District, One Factory. They are all going. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, the President promised to take away duplication and cost. And so he is realigning institutions and doing away with the development authorities and assigning their responsibilities to the various district assemblies where they actually belong to. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, our national health insurance system was collapsing because of capping. President John Dramani Mahama promised to remove capping so that the full allocation will go to the levy so that our health insurance system will function again and healthcare delivery will work for Ghanaians again. That is happening in this budget. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, he promised to give the full allocation for roads to the roads fund and take away the capping there as well so that our roads will get better. And that is happening in this budget. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, due to capping of GET Fund could not complete all the E-blocks across the country. Schools were struggling for renovation. Education was struggling for funding. This budget will remove the capping and GET Fund will get its full allocation and our schools will work again. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, our energy sector, which is in a major crisis due to lack of investments, is being addressed. John Dramani Mahama promised to fix the energy sector, which is in crisis, and this budget seeks to reduce the GNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15% and fully restore transfers to GNPC under the Earmark Funds Act, and this will enable GNPC to invest in the energy sector. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised the big push. The big push for infrastructure. Big push for infrastructure. And it is obvious that that commitment is being fulfilled. I've heard arguments suggesting that only 13 billion Ghana cedis is allocated for big push. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. Listen carefully. When we uncap road funds and the money goes to the road funds, what will road funds use the money for? To pay for roads. Is that not infrastructure? Is that not what the big push is about? When we uncap GET Fund and the resources go to GET Fund and they complete our E-blocks, is that not infrastructure? Is that not big push? When we uncap NHIL levy and the money goes, some of the money will find their way to health infrastructure. Is that not big push? Doesn't it give a big push? When we uncap GNPC funds and they invest in the energy sector, is that not going to give infrastructure a big push? When we amend the Mineral Investment Fund and the allocations now go for infrastructure, is that not a big push? Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the creativity, the ingenuity, the intellect, and simple the Nyansa that has gone into crafting this budget.
Honorable Ayarga, what do the mean of Nyansa?
Nyansa means common sense. Common sense. Mr. Speaker, wisdom, the creativity, ingenuity, intellect, and wisdom that went into the crafting of this budget, is unparalleled in the history of budgets in this house. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that my Inkitikiti minority need a crash course in budget analysis to understand this budget.
Honorable Yariga, what is Inkitikiti?
My small minority, Inkitikiti, micro minority, they need a crash course in Atuforcing Budget Analysis 101 so that they can understand how this budget is crafted. You don't just look at 13 billion to big push and say, oh, you are not committed to your infrastructure agenda. Big push is to push infrastructure. And there are several allocations that will deal with the problem of infrastructure. All that put together will make sure that infrastructure objective is achieved. Mr. Speaker, I hear them say that we haven't allocated enough resources for agriculture, for economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that our agriculture for economic transformation is founded on a big investment in agricultural infrastructure. More irrigation, more roads to farming communities. We have made provision for the Akosombo Dam spillage. We have made provision for free SHS, free textbooks, school feeding program, capitation grants, road fund, district assembly common fund, getting 80% of their allocation. Every single priority of this government has been provided for in this budget. That's how you know that we are committed to the promises that we made to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me say for emphasis that since President Nkrumah, no president has taken bold steps to strengthen social protection in one single budget like John Dramani Mahama has done this year. No single president in one budget, from healthcare to education to local governance, every sector, wherever social welfare is implicated, significant allocation has been made. Mr. Speaker, we have a number of social interventions that we can boast of in the budget statement. The no academic fee policy implemented, free tertiary education for persons with disability provided for, free primary health care, Mahama Cares provided for, free sanitary pad for schoolgirls provided for. Mr. Speaker, John Dramani Mahama is indeed a talk and do president. He talk, he do. 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 This is the president who talks and does. Mr. Speaker, the budget tells us where we are coming from. Where are we coming from? Let's not run away from where we are coming from. Mr. Speaker, this country has seen a lot of mismanagement, and the budget has captured that. Our city suffered significant decline over the 8 years periods. From an exchange rate of 3.9 Ghana cedis in 2017 to 15 Ghana cedis in 2024. The worst depreciation ever in the history of our country. This is where we are coming from. This country, government was buying treasury bills at 28 to 30% interest. This is where we are coming from. how was the private sector going to be able to get loans in order to invest and create jobs to employ our teeming youth? This is where we are coming from. Our public debt, Mr. Speaker, had ballooned from 122 billion to 726.7 billion Ghana cedis. Per capita GDP growth had worsened from 6% in 2016 to about 2% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector has collapsed. The banking sector collapsed. Yes, collapsed. Collapsed. As we speak. As we speak. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the average capital adequacy ratio of our banks stood at 19.46%. Average capital adequacy ratio of our banks in 2016 stood at 19.46%. Today, 2024, I'm not even talking about today, 2024, the average capital adequacy ratio of the banks worsened to 4%. Worsened to 4%. Worsened to 4%. Get to the Bank of Ghana. Their records. Their records. Mr. Speaker, the banks have collapsed. Mr. Speaker, let's go to non-performing loans of existing banks. In 2016, average non-performing loans of banks stood at 20%. In 2024, average non-performing loans of banks stood at 40%. 40%. Not only the businesses are collapsing and they are unable to pay their loans. That's how bad it is in the banking sector. The DDP program compelled banks to impair 3.64 billion Ghana cedis. It means that is how much the banks lost to the debt exchange program. 3.64 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the central bank itself, the lender of last resort, has collapsed. It has become insolvent. Mr. Speaker, they killed the banker of last resort. The bank now needs money from the government of Ghana, a bailout. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the audit report of the central bank in 2022 showed that the bank had lost over 60 billion Ghana cedis. Today, that loss is in excess of 70 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is what has happened over the 8 years. State-owned enterprises have collapsed. Ghana Water Company in 2016 was solvent, and it had a total fund of 2.4 billion as profit. Metro Mass Limited made a profit of 66 million. In 2023, Ghana Water Company became insolvent and lost 345 million Ghana cedis. Metro Mass lost 11 million Ghana cedis. In 2016, ECG made a profit of 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. 2016. Electricity Company of Ghana, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Water Company, where a known friend of mine used to work. A known friend of mine used to work. In 2016, they made a profit of 101 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, ECG made a loss of a colossal sum of 5.9 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Water Company made a loss of 1.9 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is what John Dramani Mahama has to reset. And we talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. Ghana lost 720 million as a result of the SML deal. That is a Strategic Mobilization Limited deal. KPMG audit report showed that we paid 720 million from the 2.45 billion Ghana cedis revenue generated through the e-levy, ESLA levy. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. Clear criminal mismanagement of the economy. Mr. Speaker, clear criminal mismanagement of the economy. So there must be prosecutions. There must be prosecutions. And so you cannot stand here and complain when prosecutions are taking place, because there was criminal mismanagement of the economy. No prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. When this country could have used 6 billion Ghana cedis to capitalize 11 affected banks, commercial banks, we didn't do that. We waited, carry out a banking sector cleanup exercise, and in the end, we paid 30 billion Ghana cedis for a problem that we could have solved with 6 billion Ghana cedis. What else? What else fits the discrimination of criminal mismanagement of an economy? And the finance minister in the budget indicated that even after spending the 30 billion Ghana cedis in the cleanup exercise, we still need 10 billion Ghana cedis. And NIB and ADB need 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. We need all that to be able to restore the health of our banking sector. As a result of the criminal mismanagement of our economy, we have lost control over our economy because our own indigenous banks have all collapsed, and it is the foreign banks that are in charge, and we have lost control over our economy. So when you lose control over the financial sector, you lose control over your economy. Mr. Speaker, let's continue the discussion of criminal mismanagement of the economy. In 2018, a certain finance minister went for Eurobonds of $2 billion US dollars. In 2019, $3 billion US dollars. In 2020, $3 billion US dollars. In 2021, $3.3 billion US dollars. Mr. Speaker, as he did this, he was walking home with $9.2 million US dollars as fees for his bank that negotiated the bonds. Let's talk about criminal mismanagement of our economy. ECG paid $12 million, which is 186 million Ghana cedis, to Haptel for a contract to upgrade and replace its obsolete systems. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. ECG paid $12 million, equivalent to 186 million Ghana cedis to Haptel for a contract to upgrade and replace its obsolete systems. After the execution of the contract, when ECG used the platform to raise money, an additional 403 million Ghana cedis was paid to them. Meanwhile, ECG has huge debt, and the 589 million Ghana cedis that was paid could have been used to pay ECG debts. Mr. Speaker, let's continue the discussion of criminal mismanagement of the economy. In the last 14 years, we have recorded the highest inflation rate under the Akufo-Addo regime, where inflation went up to 50%. We have suffered the most volatile exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana was brought to its knees. But once the obituary of the Bank of Ghana was being announced in an audit report revealed in 2023, President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia were busy constructing a Bank of Ghana building at the cost of $261 million United States dollars. A building that they were told to construct at a little over 88 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, whilst they went to the IMF for a bailout of 3 billion United States dollars for 3 years, civil society groups were telling us that we were losing 3 billion US dollars annually to corruption in this country. Mr. Speaker, instead of going to the IMF for a bailout, if they had cleaned the Flagstaff House or then Jubilee House and stopped using Jubilee House as a clearing house for corruption, we could have been saving 2 billion US dollars annually, and we could have been lending to the IMF instead. In 3 years, the IMF will owe us 6 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. A simple Google search informed me today that cocoa beans averagely sold at 9,787 United States dollars per ton. At our 2021 production volume of 1 million tons of cocoa, we would have been raking in today 9.78 billion United States dollars. If we had simply managed the cocoa sector, basic management of trees, cocoa trees, even trees we couldn't manage, today Ghana would have been raking in 9.78 billion United States dollars from the sale of 1 million tons of cocoa, which target we easily met in 2021. Mr. Speaker, lending money to the IMF today, we could have been lending money to the IMF today. But because of the mismanagement of this economy, today we are at the IMF begging for $1 billion a year. Growth came at a cost, and that is the total mismanagement of our environment. It came as a result of the Galamsey activities. And Ghanaians, in spite of the five, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. During our workshop, our senior Guzitano came and extensively presented to this House the policy detail of the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, his presentation was so clear that my friends on this side did not ask a single question. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy clearly underpins the budget that was presented to this House. And that will happen. Mr. Speaker, this budget and policy document clearly downsizes government. It realigns institutions to cut down on cost. It creates a framework for ensuring a stable microeconomy that will inure to the benefit of the private sector so that they can grow and create jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the road to a reset Ghana is not a smooth one. It will be painful. But we will do whatever it takes to reset Ghana. If we show the world that we are a serious people, the world will give us a helping hand. And this is what this budget seeks to do. The way Ghanaians voted in 2024, December 7th, is a clear indication that they want a change. This budget is changing things. Mr. Speaker, this parliament is crucial to the implementation of the policy objectives in this budget. It is our responsibility to work with the President to ensure that the policy proposals contained in this budget are implemented. Mr. Speaker, different constituencies will pay different prices for the policy implications contained in the budget. Mr. Speaker, let me thank all those who participated in the debate. Let me assure the Finance Minister and His Excellency the President that this House, this side of the House, stand by every policy.
I appreciate the times we are, but some of these things, the surprises shouldn't be too many. I thought the agreement was that the earlier papers that were laid and
for the funds provided for the budget, or the budget allocation, and of course the reintroduction of the road toll that will bring in some more kitty, and also dedicating the road fund and uncapping it so there could be enough money for maintenance and so on. We still think that going forward, the ministry lacks some adequate financial support. Yes, the big push is also there, but attention must be given to the ministry in terms of providing the appropriate financial support. Mr. Speaker, lack of comprehensive road network data was also observed as one of the challenges, and indeed the issue relating to the appropriate road condition survey was to be addressed, and therefore budget lines should be provided for this area so that the ministry will have appropriate data in doing their work going forward. Mr. Speaker, the reintroduction of road tolls and revenue mobilization was observed to be a very laudable idea and policy, and therefore I recommend that the government speeding up efforts in making sure that the road toll reintroduction has come to stay. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the road sector is crucial in delivering efficient road transportation system in Ghana. The minister's mandate of providing a road transport system that is responsive to the needs of society, accelerating economic growth and reducing poverty can be realized if the ministry is provided the needed resource for the expansion of the country's road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 3,244,979,700 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the approval of a sum of 3.244,979,700 billion for the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, a few observations were made. And paragraph 8.1, which talks about the budgetary allocation. Mr. Speaker, the government allocated a total amount of 3.24 billion for the year 2025 to the ministry. This is about 30% less to the allocation that was made to the same ministry in 2024. It represents just 18%. It represents 18% of the planned budget that the ministry submitted to the finance ministry for approval. So what it means is that out of the total of 23 billion that was submitted to the ministry as planned programs, only 6 billion was approved by the Ministry of Finance for the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, this is very dangerous. A sector that contributes so much to the economy. And if you look at consistently for the last 3 years, you could see there's a gradual decline in the allocation of resources to this ministry. And it is something that all of us need to pay attention to it. We cannot neglect the road sector. It is the backbone of the economy. And therefore, it is a sector that we need to pay more attention and give a lot of resources to this ministry. Mr. Speaker, the most worrying part is that whilst the total government expenditure each and every year keeps on skyrocketing, the allocation to the road ministry keeps dwindling, coming down, declining. It's a very dangerous trend, which as a house, we need to take key interest and prevail on the finance minister to ensure that enough resources are allocated to the sector to be able to carry on with the road infrastructure that this country needs. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 2.8.2, which talks about the delay in the release of funds and payment to contractors, is a very worrying trend. And it is not peculiar to this government or successive government or past government. It is something that you see a contractor goes to the road, start a project, and because funds are not released on time to the contractor, at a certain point in time, the contractor leaves the site. Then all the works that the contractor has done, before he gets money and goes back, the whole thing, the whole work that has been done becomes zero. Government has to find another resources to the contractor to vary the project, which comes at an extra cost to the state. So it is something that I want to encourage the finance minister, that timely releases of funds to the sector, to the road ministry, to pay contractors who are on site, who are embarking on some infrastructure project, so that they can continue without any break. It is important that we need to recognize that, so that they will get the necessary resources and ensure that they pay the contractors so that they can also do. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 8.3 talks about the funding gap, which I've already spoken about. Mr. Speaker, because of this funding gap, you see the ministry, successive government, you see them every year, they go beyond their budget and even overspend their budget. It is because the sector is not allocated, enough is not allocated to the sector. So they now go beyond and give a lot of project, a lot of contract. That is why the minister yesterday, I heard him on the floor talking about a lot of commitment, which the ministry has encumbered the state to. It is because they don't have enough. So when they have the plan, all the planned projects and activities that they want to do, they carry it on. They make sure they give it, they carry it to the following year, and it is approved. And all this comes up and pile ups and becomes a debt around the neck of the state. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we need to look at it. Whilst we are talking about the funding gap, at the committee level, I encourage the minister that we should look for other sources that we can use to close the gap, the funding gap, because if clearly it shows that there's a fatigue, in government fatigue in allocation of resources for the road sector, it means government budget alone cannot, we can't rely on government budget alone in constructing or providing our road infrastructure. And what it means is that we need to go beyond the government allocation of resources and look for other means to be able to concern. I was happy that the minister made mention of an arrangement that they are looking at how to get those mining companies in the mining areas to make sure that roads adjoining in those areas become the responsibilities of the mining companies to do those projects, so that that burden will be taken off from government. I also recommended to them that we shouldn't rule out the PPP arrangement, which is very key. We need to look at how we can use the PPP arrangement like we are doing the Temamoto way. We should look at other more intensive economic routes within the country and then have a PPP arrangement so that we can use that to construct that road and tow it. I was happy the minister is taking the bold steps in reintroducing, bringing back the collection of tolls, which is very critical. And I stated it here during the Senate debate, that if you look at the media budget report, paragraph 85 in 2024, the Minister of Finance stated it categorically that the then government wants to ensure that he brings back the collection of the road toll. And I'm happy the new minister, the new government is coming to take it from where but the good thing that he assured the committee that all the collections will go directly into an escrow account. And going into the escrow account means that the ministry now can rely on it, leverage on it, and get more resources from elsewhere to be able to construct the roads that we need. So I think, Mr. Speaker, is something that I want to
Yes, are you on a point of order?
Yes, rightly so, Mr. Speaker. The ranking member keeps hammering on the fact that we need to collect road tolls for PPP projects. And I want to bring this to his attention. That's why I was calling the attention of the minister. Whether we are collecting the appropriate tolls to enable serious investors consider PPP arrangements. So when you are summing up, I would want to listen to you on that.
Honourable Member, you may have your turn to contribute to the debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Ranking Member, you have the floor.
That is where I was even coming to. He just took it. I was coming to urge the minister that it is not just about introducing the road toll. If you look at the entire sub-region, Ghana is the country that is charging the lowest toll. The average toll across Africa is equivalent of $1 equivalent. And that is what we need to. Any serious investor who want to come and construct any road in this country, Mr. Speaker, you need to have the collection or the toll fee should be something that they can leverage on to construct.
So, Honourable Member, if I get you right, we should not only collect the road toll, but we should collect the appropriate road toll.
It's not about just opening up and collecting the tolls. If we cannot collect the the appropriate tolls, which I am saying that the average in the sub-Saharan Africa is $1, equivalent of $1. So if we are bringing back that toll, then we should be looking at charging the same equivalent in cities to be able to accumulate enough money to construct our road without relying solely on the GOG allocation that goes to the ministry. And I think it is something that the minister also recognizes the contribution or the suggestion, and they are working on it. And we will help him as a house. There is a bipartisan approach that we are taking to ensure that we are able to work together to bring back and to accrue enough resources to meet the various roads needs, the needs that we have in constructing our roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is something that all of us will have to support. But, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I also want to urge the minister, and I've already made mention to the minister, that it is time that we need to also look at the fuel levies that goes into the road. How many years now since we took it to 45 pesos? Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, a kilometer of a bitumen surfacing road is costing between $400,000 to $600,000. The same kilometer of an asphaltic overlay is between $1.2 to $1.5 million. We are talking about dual carriage, which is about $2 million to $2.5 million. We are talking about heavy investment. How do we get money to do this kind of investment? Everybody is talking about road. We want our road. We want to construct our road. But we have forgotten how to get the resources to construct the road. And because we don't have the resources, and the government comes, everybody want to pile up, want to do everybody roads. They make commitment, then a lot of debt. Now the ministry is saddled with a lot of debt. They are aware when they met the committee. Almost about, if you look at both GOG and road fund together, we are talking about 21 billion. These are unpaid certificates that is sitting in their books. And this one is even up to December 2024. So it is something that this house, we all have to come together and review the fuel levy that goes into the road fund. We should review it. Even if you review it to even upwards, we need to review it upwards. That is the only way we will get enough to construct our road. That is the only way that will relieve the Ministry of Roads from the accumulation of debt that they are accumulating there. Now, as you speak, road fund alone is owing almost about, it's saddled with close about 6 billion. If we are able to review the fuel levy even a little bit to even, let's say 90 pesos, every year we'll be getting almost about 7 billion. This should be enough to be paying off our debt and even getting enough to construct some road. So it is something that I want to show, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge the House to support the committee's report to approve the budget for the ministry so that they will be able to have money to attend to the various needs at the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I indulge you to make a comment, but may I refer you to page 11 of your committee's report and to ask item 2, goods and services. If you add up the two items there, I do not see 842,974,927, page 11. So let's look at it quite carefully. Then, Mr. Speaker, it leads me to CAPEX. The CAPEX numbers, are we to suggest that apart from the 2,275,000, you are not adding up the IGF and donor funds in order to arrive at a total? You have provided a column for total. If I follow it, I want to be able to be sure that my totals sum up. So take care of page 11. Then, Mr. Speaker, my contribution, a very important ministry, There is no member of parliament here who does not have a road problem in his constituency. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we all will want unanimously that enough resources is made available to the Minister for Roads in order that he would not only maintain but keep the country motorable both for goods and for services. But Mr. Speaker, let me again refer you to paragraph 9.5, and this is just a suggestion to the Road Committee for purpose of the future. Reintroduction of road tolls and revenue mobilization. It will be important next time. This is a committee of parliament, and budget oversight remains our most important responsibility as a parliament. How much has the state lost for not undertaking road tolls? I believe that should have been captured by your report, and then you make projections how much the state can gain if we were to reintroduce road toll. Then we can encourage the Honorable Minister that don't go beyond April 30th. We want to see road tolls functional, and then we can incorporate what returns comes into the road fund. But Mr. Speaker, my greatest worry, I listened to the Honorable Minister for Roads severally, and the Minister for Finance. I've heard that road fund debt is 21 billion. Commitment about 105 billion. I do not find any of this fine expression in the Committee of Roads report to Parliament. That's worrying, because that responsibility will have to, who pays that debt? When will that debt be paid? When will Parliament make provisions for that debt? And Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, it is not just about us, road contractors. We have a responsibility to them. How are we working in a manner that they can retire their debt, that the interest which is consuming many of them into getting BP and dying suddenly is dealt with? So when you do a report like this and you don't report the road sector debt, because I recall in some meeting somewhere where 61 billion attributable to it was 29 billion meant for the road sector together with it. Now you have a road report to Parliament which conspicuously doesn't capture that. I have some concern in respect of that. But Mr. Speaker, 3 billion, 3.2 billion for road, then how are we going to get good roads in our various constituencies? Whether it's Sanargo, I was reminding the road minister, his very good friend, the Honorable Jinapo, Minister for Energy. One day, Minister traveled to Mpaha, and you understand the predicament of our Minister for Roads if he has to travel to Mpaha, or between Nakpanduri and Bimpurugu, the road there, and then through my good friend, the Honorable Minister for Transport, Wapuli Cherpuni Saboba. Minister, I'm sure that they'll be captured under the present big push. So you have to push that some of this who doesn't benefit directly from your budget are captured in the present big push so that those rules can be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Honourable Asensubachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion to approve the sum of 3,244,997,000 for the road, Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleagues, especially the last point made by our very own senior Honorable Idrisu, and of course the ranking member of the committee, that the amount in question is really inadequate. From experience, you know that you are a road minister and you are an MP. Anytime you come here, every member of parliament is on you to find a kilometer or two of roads in your constituency. Mr. Speaker, the problem, many of which have been outlined in the reports, for instance, the delay in the release of funds and inadequate problem, are not something that you can blame anybody. We have a structural problem in our country where we are not able to grow our economy as we should. When the Honorable Energy Minister was speaking, he was talking about the fact that we are currently in some sort of austerity period. And Mr. Speaker, even during austerity, that is the time that you have to plan and plan prudently. We do not have money, we do not have the resources to implement every single road in our country today. But the reason why we embark on road infrastructure, among other things, the most important thing is to support the economic growth of our country. 3 weeks ago, I was speaking on the same issue when we were debating the President's State of the Nation address, and the issue of debt came about. And I maintain the point that we have debt because we are implementing road infrastructure that will support economic growth. Mr. Speaker, in the 1950s, when the United States of America, wanted to transform its economy and grow its economy, one of the critical decisions they made is to make sure that they construct dual carriage roads, highways between the various 50 states. And when they did, Mr. Speaker, for every dollar spent on the highways, they got $6. What it means is that they got 600% increase. That is the power, that is the value of road infrastructure. So it is important that a period that we are talking about, inadequate funds, financial constraints, austerity, it is important that we prioritize the kind of road infrastructure that will bring value, that will support economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking the last week or two that we cannot delay certain projects, even though we continue to say we don't have the funds. Accra-Kumasi Road, which is the most important trunk road in the country, where 10 million Ghanaians depend on that road for trade, commerce, and daily life. That's a third of Ghanaians. If you invest in that road, it will help in the economic growth of our country. And that is where you get more resources to implement other roads. Accra, Cape Coast, Accra, Takoradi Road. Today, about 60 to 70% of our tourism earnings, we get it from that economic corridor. I personally think that we don't need airports in Cape Coast, in Accra. What we need is a very modern highway from Accra to Takoradi. And you can do that journey in an hour and a half. That will transform the tourism dynamics in our country. So I want to encourage my successor, Honorable Kwame Abuja Govins, that he should prioritize the funding that he has and make sure that he embarks on road projects that will bring value, that will help in the economic development of our country. Once that is done, he can therefore get enough money to do all the other projects. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I want to support the motion for the approval of the 3.2 billion Ghana cedis for the roads and highways sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the committee and those who have contributed. Mr. Speaker, you said leadership. Oh, so you want? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are they yielding to you?
Yeah, two. He's the second one.
Leadership, are you yielding?
Speaker, it is so. I'm yielding to him.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the appropriation being requested by the committee. Mr. Speaker, if you take the appropriation for 2024, The total was 4.613,561.787 million. And then when you look at the appropriation for the budget allocation for 2025, the figure comes down to 3,244,979.70. Clearly, it shows that the big push being pushed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is just not pushing, because road infrastructure is a clear investment in pushing the nation. So if you take a government that you are criticizing that didn't do so much, and you have come to reduce the amount from 4 billion to 3 billion, then clearly the big push is just not pushing. Mr. Speaker, one other area that they have looked at is the lack of comprehensive road network data. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this debate about the number of kilometers being constructed, routine maintenance, whatever, we need to sit and agree as a country which parameters we are all going to measure. Because in some instances, they will tell you that even the road network is just an inventory. It's not work done. Otherwise, we will continue to confuse Ghanaians, and people will not know the actual real work being done by the politicians on the roads we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware that one of the major causes of the large expenditure we incur in our road construction is the recurrent rehabilitation, recurrent routine maintenances that don't last. Most of the times, roads are designed for 7 years, like the normal bituminous surface for 7 years, asphalt for 15 years. But year one, after road surfacing, you realize that there are potholes we need to maintain. And we just keep throwing monies left, right, and center away. And I believe that the road design issue is one area our main architect, who is now the minister, should be looking at. Whether we are going concrete roads, which are far cheaper in terms of the duration, because when you do a concrete road, we are sure we can get it for 50 years, not 15 years. And if you have to just top up the amount, because usually the sub-base and the base and the wearing costs are usually the same. It's just the wearing cost which is different from other asphalt or bituminous surfaces. So we have to take a decision as a country. If it even costs us 20% more and get the roads lasting from 15 years to 50 years, I believe that that should be the new agenda we need to set for ourselves as a country. Because if it's concrete road, we are sure we will get labor all across our road corridors. Because masons and normal labor, you can get it. If it's asphalt, not until you're an engineer, you cannot supervise it or you cannot even participate. So I believe that we need to really look at this critically. Because if you take the motorway, it's been there for years, over 60 years now, and it's doing so well. So we need to really look at the design of the roads we have in this country. Otherwise, we'll continue to be talking about this huge debt our contractors are incurring and not being able to pay. If you take the amount for even capex, it's just about 2 billion compared to the debt in the road sector, which is over 20 billion. Then, even if you are using the whole budget for this year, it will take us 10 good years just paying debt without doing any new roads. And it's very unfortunate. And I believe that now that we are passing this budget, the minister should come back to this house with maybe a new policy in measuring our efforts and then also giving us some new designs that we can be using for our roads. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, we also know that we have these drip machines that have been allocated to the districts. Mr. Speaker, this project was actually a request from the regional ministers at that time to get our roads being done and motorized all the time. Unfortunately, it seems that after the government took over, these machines have all been packed. And I've even been told that they are being asked to be moved to the regional administration. Mr. Speaker, the roads are not in the regional capitals. The roads are in the communities, they are in the districts, and then they are in the rural areas. At least we need to keep them working. We just want a little fuel or some arrangement between the Ministry of Roads and the district assemblies or the local government minister, we should be able to give them some fuel to keep these machines on the road and keeping all our roads in the country more trouble, so that the huge burden on our farmers, on our rural commuters, will be lessened, and the food stock that will be getting into the towns will be lesser for us to buy food at affordable prices. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I believe that we need to support the Minister for Roads to approving this budget and its allocation for him to start doing some work.
Thank you very much, Honourable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I think that each and every one of us here has a road problem in our constituency. When I made the statement, I highlighted the arrears that the sector has, the outstandings, the commitments. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that no matter what we do, it will be difficult for us to manage the figures when it comes to road infrastructure. And I think that it is because we probably haven't really sat down to think through the fundamentals of road infrastructure financing. How should road infrastructure be financed? What has tended to happen is for road resources to be allocated to the more affluent and powerful. So you take Accra, a place like Airport Residential Area gets the best allocation of resources for road infrastructure. East Legon gets the best allocation for road infrastructure. All the affluent communities, cantonments, Ridge, where the affluent and powerful in society reside, they tend to get a disproportionately higher allocation of the resources for road infrastructure. And in the same Greater Accra, you find the rural parts of Accra, or even in the city, you find the less affluent communities, the newness of this world, the new towns of this world, getting negligible allocation of the same resource. Sometimes they are within the same neighborhood, but the affluent get better, the rich get more, the poor and less powerful almost get nothing. If you go to the big cities, I'm sure Greater Kumasi area, you see that it's the same pattern. You go to Takoradi, the same pattern. You go to Tamale, it's the same pattern. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that we are financing a road infrastructure arrangement where the poor are subsidizing the rich. Because you are taking taxes from everybody and you are investing more of the taxes in the neighborhoods where the rich live and abandoning the neighborhoods where the poor live. So this inequity in the allocation of road financing must be stopped. In the developed societies, where they understand the basics, city roads are financed by cities. So when you live in the city, you pay for the city roads. In the US, they have federal roads. They are the ones that the federal government finances. Then they have county roads. They are the ones financed by the county. So where you live, you the one utilizing the road, you should be responsible for financing the road. The state may have a special economic interest in developing certain sectors. And I heard the Honorable Asenso say that roads must ensure economic development. So where the state defines a certain zone as a special economic area and wants to do road infrastructure to access those economic opportunities or enhance those economic opportunities, then there is justification. If we don't repackage our thinking about how to finance road infrastructure,
And we continue with this pattern, where we tax the poor and take and do the roads in the neighborhoods of the rich, where we do roads to the towns and villages of politically powerful and abandon roads to locations that have huge farms and economic opportunities that we could exploit. We will continue to get it wrong. And I hope that those who allocate at the ministry level will begin to think properly how we can finance roads. So, for instance, in Greater Accra, in the municipalities, in the towns, we should encourage those who reside there to invest in their roads. And that is why we should push the responsibility to the assemblies. And the assembly should find a way of making sure that property rates also account for road infrastructure. Property rates also account for drainage infrastructure. Why would we take our money and put it in East Legon so that the value of your property in East Legon will shoot up to $2 million and we don't get a share of it? Why should we? So this kind of thinking must begin to inform how we finance road infrastructure. Otherwise, every year we'll meet here and lament, and yet the problem will persist. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleagues that the allocations will be inadequate, but going forward, as we begin to think through the problem as a government, and given what we know will come under the big push arrangement, we believe that a lot more will come to the road sector to finance the many demands that we have for road infrastructure across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, any concluding remark?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make these closing remarks. I take on board all the very important points made by colleagues, especially the former Roads Minister, the Education Minister, and others. Mr. Speaker, it is heartwarming to note that gradually the debate about roads is gravitating towards financing, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's all about financing. There are issues about the quality of the work that are carried out sometimes, but even that, you can trace it back to lack of payment and lack of supervision, which boils down to money. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we need to have a full-blown discussion as to how we fund roads. Surely, if you take a debt portfolio of almost 30 billion and above, and you have 3 billion, it will be surprising that anybody will ask a question about when your road will be fixed, because the 30 billion is what you owe right now. It is the money you should pay for works done. So it's not money meant that this budget in reality shouldn't be even doing even a pothole patching tomorrow morning, simply because we owe 30 billion. But we cannot say that until we pay all that, we will not do any new thing. There will be the need to, as the former minister says, we need to prioritize, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be realistic. Even if you go to hospital, you go to A&E, the doctors look at whose situation could kill him immediately and whose situation could wait a bit. So he selects the person who he can save first. So we might have to prioritize that. But a colleague talked about the drip. No, we are not abandoning the drip machines. They are rather supposed to be used in conjunction with other state entities. So nobody is going to relocate the drip machines to a regional capital. That is not the intention. The 3 billion is not the only money available for road. Indeed, there's 13 billion for big push in the budget. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we have started preparing a few of the projects under the big push in anticipation of the 13 billion. So you will see very shortly. Mr. Speaker, the road toll is a significant matter, and I want to thank my good friend, the ranking. I remember an argument like this in the past was the one that led to Honorable Ediomi, former Deputy Minister for Roads, openly supporting the decision to increase from 7 cedi to 7 pesos to 45 pesos, which moved accrual from 250 million Ghana cedi to 1.2 billion. I think it's the same thing he's talking about, in fact, I must say that Honorable Haruna and I actually met the former road minister, and gave him the same assurance that we will be able to support if he were to intend to move but I think politics got into the way, and I'm sure that politics hasn't run away yet. It's still around. So, Mr. Speaker, we shall discuss that thoroughly. The road toll will help, and I agree that the road toll cannot come back in the same format where the accruals are leaking and then nobody can account for it. It has to come in a different format, but we cannot use this alone. Mr. Speaker, like I said the last time, we are yet to discover or to implement a fit-for-purpose PPP on road. As of today, there's no viable PPP project on any road. And I insist, in Ghana, Accra-Tema motorway has nothing to do with PPP. It is only government of Ghana that is paying. That project is purely a GOG project. Though this House approved a PPP, all that has been paid on that project so far is just GOG money. Nobody has put in a cedi or a dollar. Mr. Speaker, I also agree that we should take a look. Without a doubt, from the figures I've seen, Mr. Speaker, Greater Accra takes a chunk of our expenditure on road. Greater Accra takes a chunk of our expenditure on road. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's a particular region I cannot mention. It is difficult to see any road project going on in that region, which is not good for us. And there's another thing which is something we should cure amongst ourselves. Everybody wants asphalt in front of their door. The asphalt costs 3 times surface dressing. Do we need asphalt everywhere? I don't think we need, Mr. Speaker. It looks good. It's not even lasting. So it's a discussion we need to have. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take all these things on board, and we'll have a full discussion on how we sustainably fund roads in our country. And I thank colleagues for the support for a potential better, financing of our roads. And together we can build the roads we all want together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House accordingly approved the sum of 3,244,979,700 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, motion numbered 8. Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is unavoidably absent, so I want to get your permission to allow the Minister for Roads to take the report.
Please, leave is accordingly granted. Well, minority
application.
There is an application for me to grant leave
Speaker,
for the Minister
it's
for
very
Roads.
difficult, and he says unavoidably absent. And Speaker has cautioned us the excessive usage of that expression, unavoidably absent. Speaker, we want to help as much as we can, and I have my chief whip who agree that today I have been abundantly cooperative. We have been so kind to him. Oh no! Except that we insist the ministers should be here to shepherd their motions. I mean, this is a very important matter. Leader, you know I won't harm you, but this is so basic. Honorable Agboja was here in the morning. He was here early morning knowing that his motion will be taken. He was here. If it is a case that he's unavoidably absent, let him come. When he returns, we'll take the motion. Because on this occasion, we are unable to support. Let's move on to the next motion. We are cooperating on the next motion, but not on environment.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip is my very good friend. So we have a dinner arrangement today. This is not to bribe him, but we have a dinner arrangement today. It was arranged even before this discussion came up. So, Speaker,
in view of the fact that we have a dinner arrangement, I'm tempted to grant the leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the state of the
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first budget of the minister. And to give him the opportunity to appreciate all the observations made and the recommendations out there, I believe strongly that we cannot take it today. We have to wait. I have done my own investigation, and I'm sure tomorrow you'll be available. So today and tomorrow, it's not too far. Are you begging me? Lunch is not enough for me. So anyway, if he's not going to be here the next 3 days, then I'll yield to it. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Rules.
Mr. Speaker, I've added her to the dinner today, so I've added her. All this is to appeal to join the dinner. Yes. All this is to appeal to join the dinner, and I've added her.
Well, I also invite myself to join the dinner.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the state of my colleague, Honorable Murtala Mohammed, to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 985,250,406 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount is expected to support the ministry oversight the activities of the CSIR to address some of the staff shortages they have, work with the EPA, implement the government e-waste program, and then supervise the activities of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and also take the, steps to protect their landed property, which is constantly being encroached upon. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the available Minister for Environment. And in so doing, I urge the Hansard Department to capture the complete report as having been read. Whilst I dwell on the observations and recommendations, Mr. Speaker, the committee met and looked at the ministry's budget. Mr. Speaker, we came out with a few observations. Number one, we observed that there's been a reduction in budgetary allocation. The committee observed that the total budget allocation to the ministry for the year 2025 is 985,250,460 cedis, while in 2024, Mr. Speaker, the allocation to the ministry and its agencies was 1,173,985,818.34 pesos, giving a difference of 188,735,412 cedis and 34 pesos, representing a reduction of 16.8%. 16.8%. For a committee as important as, for a ministry as important as science and technology, environment, the committee felt that this was grossly inadequate. The committee was concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction indicated that this unfortunate development could have a debilitating effect on most of their major priority projects, Mr. Speaker. Again, the committee also observed that the status of the foundry computer numerical control was that the foundry and CNC machine tooling center project was initiated in April 2020 by the government of Ghana under the Ghana Cares Obatampa program at the cost of 344,142,365 cedis and 74 pesos to drive industrialization. The project stalled in 2021 due to funding challenges and subsequently resumed in 2024, reaching 76% completion. The project, when completed, is expected to provide approximately 5,191 jobs. Full operationalization of the project is expected in September 2025. The Ministry of Finance has allocated 50 million cedis for CAPEX, which is inadequate, Mr. Speaker. However, the ministry intends to allocate an additional 54 million out of its 60 million Ghana cedis 2025 budget allocation to support the project, leaving a funding gap of 200 million cedis to complete the project. Mr. Speaker, the committee also expressed serious concern over the persistent inadequacy of budgetary allocation to the ministry and its agencies, considering the important role research and development play in the socio-economic development of a country, a situation that continues to hamper its operational efficiency and overall performance. The committee noted that out of 985,250,406 cedis allocation for the year 2025 to the ministry, 12,822,745 and 425,442,220 cedis was earmarked for goods and services and compensation of employees respectively. This imbalance in resource distribution significantly hinders the ministry's ability to fulfill its core research mandate, thereby stifling innovation and impeding evidence-based policy making. Mr. Speaker, there was one other observation that the committee made was that the high attrition rate at the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, GAEC. The committee took serious note of the high attrition rate at the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, which has been attributed to unfavorable conditions of service. The committee expressed concern that the continuous loss of highly skilled and experienced personnel poses a significant threat to the effective functioning of the institution, particularly in its role as a key driver of scientific research, technological advancement, nuclear technology, and scientific innovation. Given the strategic importance of GAEC to national development, especially in areas such as energy security, industrial application of nuclear technology, and scientific innovation, the committee stressed the urgent need for pragmatic measures to address the poor conditions of service that are compelling employees to seek opportunities elsewhere.
Member, and in conclusion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the 2024 total approved budget allocation to the NRA, that is the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, was 23,527,040 cedis, whilst in 2024, 21,042,634 cedis and 90 pesos was allocated. In 2024, the authority needed to urgently employ 61 additional staff to train for the regulation of Ghana's nuclear power program. Clearance was granted to only 25 additional employees. The committee recommends that the NRA should be given clearance to employ additional 36 staff to augment their staff strength. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having examined the activities of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year 2025, recommends that its report be adopted by the House and an amount of 985,250,406 Ghana cedis be approved for the ministry to enable it to undertake its activities for the year 2025. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Hamza.
Okay.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion to approve a sum of 985,250,406 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, given that my chairman has elaborately spoken to almost all the issues, I will just scratch the surface. Mr. Speaker, the committee realized that the scientists continue to do their best for this country, despite the challenges, numerous challenges that they are facing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we realized that the issues that came up from the scientists has to do with the perennial matter that they kept bringing to the House, which is funding for their activities, Mr. Speaker. Realize that the scientists' compensation, the compensation for the various agencies continue to be very high as against very little allocation for goods and services. So you find that these scientists are there with the intelligence, with all the qualification to be able to do this work, but they don't have funding to undertake their adequate funding to undertake their activities. So we, the committee, feel that these proactive measures have to be taken to ensure that more funds are made available to the scientists to be able to work. Mr. Speaker, we see the Research and Development Fund to be an avenue to be able to find remedy to this particular matter. So we urge that the steps will be taken by the Finance Minister to ensure the implementation of the Research and Development Fund to complement the support for scientists, Mr. Speaker. We also realize that the completion of the foundry is important for this country because it has the potential to employ over 5,000, to create over 5,000 jobs for the people in this country. And it is about 70% complete. So we feel that according to GAIC, they need about 200 million to be able to complete it. And we feel that it is important that we give priority to this and ensure that we get the 200 million to complete this work. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that GAIC, National Biosafety, and other agencies are battling with the issue of attrition rate. So a lot of them their scientists are running away due to poor funding. And we feel that steps should be taken to ensure that their conditions of service, are improved to retain these scientists. Otherwise, the future of our science industry stands at risk. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that the eco-levy, the committee noted that the eco-levy mobilization is quite little. It's not encouraging. So we asked them to find out the way forward. Mr. Speaker, they indicated that only about 0.5% of the e-waste fund comes to the agency. And so for that matter, it makes it very difficult for them to be able to mobilize. And so we feel that the e-waste Act 917 needs to be amended so that we can enhance the percentage that goes to the agency, and once they are able to get sufficient fund, they will be able to step up their mobilization, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, EPA raised a very serious matter which needs the attention of Finance Minister. According to EPA, when they mobilize more than their budgetary allocation, they are not allowed to utilize that money. Minister of Finance will retain that, which for them, it is affecting their performance because they are fully on their own. Government does not support them. And so, given the development we have in the environment space, where our environment continues to be degraded, we need to
Honorable, please conclude. We have a lot of reports to take.
Mr. Speaker, just to wrap up, the EPA their presence needs to be felt across all districts and across a lot of places that they need funds to be able to expand. And so we feel that they should be given the opportunity, when they mobilize, they should be given the opportunity to utilize the full amount instead of the Ministry of Finance retaining part of their money. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to support the motion to approve the sum of 985,250,406 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, should I put a question? Yes, Honourable John Dako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion for the approval of the budget of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, my chairman and able ranking have given their comments, and for that reason, mine will be very short and simple. Mr. Speaker, obviously I support the motion for the approval of the budget, except to say that having gone through the report or having seen the agencies under the ministry, one can only conclude that these agencies are the most, in my view, important agencies for the survival of our country. If you look at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Ghana Atomic Agency Commission, Council for Scientific and Industrial Reports, the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and National Biosafety Authority. And so, Mr. Speaker, having realized that these agencies are so important, one would have expected that adequate funds would have been allocated to them. But I understand that the country has limited resources and that not every agency will get what it wants or what it actually deserves. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that agencies sometimes make money for themselves. You see that the EPA makes a lot of money from the IGF. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that they can make even more. And that is what I want to say in this, my submission, that the EPA must be encouraged to make more from their own internally generated funds. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the ways they make money is from environmental violators. And we know, in this country, a lot of companies, a lot of individuals, a lot of institutions violate the environmental regulations we have in this country every day, every time. And so if the EPA were to do their work very well, I believe that they will not even need the GOG support. They can make a lot of money from the IGF. And so I believe it's something we really need to look at. And then when they appear before us and we mentioned the IGF, they made us understand that they operate within the fees and charges regulation. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we can, as a House, look at their fees and charges and then maybe increase in a way for them and encourage them to make more money from finding the environmental violators, I believe that the burden on the government purse will go down. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things we also realized from meeting the agencies was the fact that, and I believe that it is the same for all the agencies, the amount allocated to them, more than 80% of that goes into compensation. And so when they, in fact, one of them said that it looks like they are being paid to just come and sit in the office because they don't have the tools to work. They don't have capacity, I mean, as in the finance, the money to do jobs. They don't have that. And so government should, as a matter of urgency, make more money available for them to be able to do their work. If you look at the work of these scientists, they are so very important, but they tell us that they don't have the tools to do the work. And as a result of that, we're told that most of them actually leave their country and go to Europe and America for greener pastures. It is pathetic, and as a country, we need to do better. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I believe that as a country, we really need to look at how we invest in the technology aspect of our development. Look, if you look at the ministry, it's Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology. In fact, the previous government actually added an innovation. But if you look at the budget for the ministry, the big chunk of the funds go to the environmental protection, which is good, but we should be looking at investing more in the science and technology aspect. This is where the world is going to, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the fact that Apple alone invested about $500 billion in AI alone, it tells you the importance of this technological advancement and the fact that countries are investing huge sums of money into it. So government should look at that and spend more money into research for this institution. I believe that if we do that, this country will go far. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that, I thank you for the opportunity and I yield the floor.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, let me focus on few areas my respected ranking and the chair and the vice chairman have done justice to the issues. Just to conclude on few provisions. Speaker, the environment in recent times across the globe, issues about environment are huge. And governments across the globe attach a lot of importance to it. One of the agencies under the ministry, which is the EPA, could become the agency to lead the way in blazing the trail, in changing the narrative. Because especially in terms of raising IGF. The ministry must do everything and anything permissible by law to strengthen the EPA. Because the EPA is limited in scope and in reach. There are many regions in the country where the EPA does not even operate there. But there are relevant activities there that the EPA will need to play oversight over them. But yet, because they don't have the necessary oxygen, they are unable to operate in this area. And one side of the coin is that, apart from working against the operations of the ministry, it's also not helping in the raising of IGF. And so the ministry, if it is strengthened, particularly the agency EPA strengthened enough, eventually they may end up not even taking funding from central government. And that's fact. Experts have done the extrapolation and they are telling us this. Speaker, not to overflog the issues, page 9 of the report, status of the Foundry Computer Numerical Control project. Speaker, this is a very, very important project started by the previous government. I'm told it's gotten to 70% of completion, and it has a potential of raising a lot of IGF. If you look at the funding provision in the context of this project, there is a funding gap of some 200 million that needs to be provided. And I want to urge, I wish the Minister of Finance is here. This is a project that can raise funding to reduce the call for funding to the ministry. So how can we gloss over a project like that? It's so important, and it's something we need to look at. Then the ranking member, Prof, you related to research and development. The Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. So last year, they developed a number of crop varieties that were, one, resistant to bad weather and also resistant to pest invasion. And they've shown the potential to develop more of such varieties. If you look at the provision, the funding provision to CSR and in respect of research and development, it's woefully inadequate. So it is woefully inadequate, and we cannot allow this to fester on, considering where our development is as a country. It's something we need to look at. We have to do something about it. So I am speaking in support, but particularly on this matter, I think that we have to tease it out and get some response from the minister, because we cannot leave it as it is. Research and development is the backbone of every country. Now, we are hearing stuff of atomic energy. High attrition rate. Why? Because there is no funding to pay skilled staff to be maintained. So the maintenance of skilled staff at an important institution like atomic energy has become a challenge. It's become a challenge. We are all one breath talking about the development of nuclear energy. We are talking about development of plant varieties that will be resistant to changes in the vagaries of the weather and also pest invasion. Yet the support for the research and development is come lacking. So Speaker, I speak in support of the motion. I support that we should pass it, but in the area of research and also the ongoing CNC project, which has the potential of raking in a lot of funding, the committee leadership, Speaker, you may have to direct with respect to you, that the committee leadership should follow through. So we are passing the motion contingent on some engagement with the Minister of Finance to provide some additional oxygen in this regard. Speaker, it's become relevant globally that there is something we call e-liability. We are told the production of steel and cement, they are the worst culprits in terms of emission. EPA should be strengthened to the extent that companies in this country who are polluting most, in the principle of polluter pays, they should be held liable and should make some payment to the state. This is the narrative of the globe, and this is the current narrative in terms of sustainability and environmental issues which is governing the world. And Ghana cannot be an exception. I think we have to make a bold decision, especially in supporting the EPA to this call. Having said this, I support the passage of the motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, majority. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approved the sum of 985,250,406 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, any indication?
Speaker, may pray that we take a 1 hour suspension so that by the time we return, the other outstanding reports can be taken. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the application. Thank you.
Yes, the House is accordingly suspended for an hour. Honourable members, welcome back. Honourable members, order paper addendum 2. Presentation of papers. Yes. Deputy Majority Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, addendum 2, I want to apply for relief to the chairman of the Food and Agriculture Committee is not Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs is not here. So we seek your leave to lay the report on his behalf.
And then the addendum 2A is report of the Committee on Information and Communication. Estimate of the Right to Information Commission. Yes, is the chairman here? Well, Honourable Minority Chief Whip, the application is for the papers to be laid on behalf of the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, is he making the application specific to one BII, or he wants to lay all of them? If he could come clear.
Well, I think it is a general application.
To lay all of them.
Any chairman who is not here, it will be laid on behalf of that chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it's a general application to lay the items mentioned.
Speaker, I don't have objection. You can go ahead and do it.
Thank you very much. Item numbered 1A.
Report of the Committee on Information and Communications on the annual budget estimates of the Right to Information Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered 1B.
Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Reports numbered BI and BII are duly laid and they are for distribution to members. Item numbered C.
Report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025.
All members report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered D. We can take DI and DII together.
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Reports duly laid and for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered E.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered F.
Report of the Committee on Information and Communications on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Communication, Data Technology and Innovations for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid for distribution to members. Item numbered G.
Report of the Committee on Education on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, I can see the chairman of the education around. So, chairman, lay the item number G.
Report of the Committee on Education on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered H. HI and II. Let's take them together.
Report of the Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions on the annual budget estimates of the National Labour Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, reports numbered HI and HII are duly laid and they are for distribution to honorable members. I.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered J.
Report of the Committee on Health on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Health for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 1K.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 1L. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, in respect of defense and interior, the communication I'm receiving from my side is that we may have to hold on because the meeting has not been held at all. And my colleague will agree that we've compromised on all of them for him to lead, but in respect of defense and interior, we may have to escape that.
Very well. Item numbered M.
Report of the Committee on Judiciary on the annual budget estimates of the Judicial and Judicial Service for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 1N. It is also a report of Defense and Interior. This one was a meeting organized. Were they able to meet?
Speaker, no, we don't have updates on that. So if we may escape N2, please.
Item numbered 1O.
Report of the Finance Committee on the annual budget estimates for general government services for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 1P.
Report of the Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates for other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid for distribution to honorable members. Honorable members, item numbered 2 on the order paper, addendum 2. Motion. Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I stand to urge the House to approve and perhaps move. I move that the House Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will come forward.
Speaker, the Chief Whip should be available to assist the ministers.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. But the Chief Whip is within the chamber.
He just came.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 264,081,412 cedis, Ghana cedis, for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. No, for the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, please allow me to present some highlights of the report that has been generated by your committee. Mr. Speaker, please allow Hansard to capture the content of this report as if it were read in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, the ministry met your committee and presented a number of activities on the non-financial performance of the ministry for the year 2024, and also the budget appropriated, the releases, and how the expenditure lines were carried out for 2024. Mr. Speaker, the committee was satisfied with the report
and we moved on to consider the 2025 outlook. In the 2025 outlook, we noticed that on page 11 of the report, the programs and activities are outlined there. But, Mr. Speaker, issues around aquaculture development, the human resource management, and the policy planning, budgeting, etc., setting up and restructuring the administrative processes of the ministry are of enormous importance and emphasis. Mr. Speaker, another dimension of emphasis is aquaculture development, which is captured on page 15. And the ministry roll out its plans on how to promote aquaculture development for employment and also nutritional security of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, what we realize is that the amount that is allocated for the Fisheries Ministry appears a bit on the low side, looking at the enormity of the activities that they have to undertake. Mr. Speaker, but what is of enormous importance to me before I sit down is on the recommendation that they have an important activity, apart from the aquaculture development and promotion of it, to also do is to manage the pre-mix sector. Mr. Speaker, there was an arrangement where, with your leave, we arranged for a decapping, in fact, an adjustment of the capping for IGF that is generated from the pre-mix sector to be able to allow them to pay off the arrangement for setting up the automated pre-mix fuel stations. Mr. Speaker, 30 of them have been calibrated and can be operational. Mr. Speaker, however, because of the low volumes of premix that were transported last year, it didn't allow for the expected generation of revenue to be able to pay off that. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude by saying that if something can be done to adjust the flexibility of the Minister for Fisheries so that she can have some allowance to utilize the premix fuel resources to be able to handle the obligation on her hands. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee unanimously recommended that this House adopt the report and approve the total sum of 264,081,412 Ghana cedis for the use of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion on the floor, motion number 2, for the approval of the committee's report. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I want to make a few comments. Speaker, your committee met yesterday to look at the medium-term expenditure framework. Speaker, and we made a number of observations. Speaker, the first observation was on the achievement of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 723 through to paragraph 725, Speaker, the ministry made some significant achievements. Speaker, under 723, for example, under aquaculture development, Speaker, the ministry produced 382 million fingerlings. Speaker, apart from that, they also trained 97 fingering producers.
Speaker, also under the aquaculture for food and jobs, Speaker, the ministry trained and supported over 9,000 beneficiaries, and they also provided them with fingerlings, tarpaulin tanks, as well as feed to support the beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, under the aquaculture for animal health and post-harvest, Speaker, the ministry assured Ghanaians that the fish we are consuming is not only safe, but it's also wholesome. Mr. Speaker, the committee also look at the outlook for 2025. And Speaker, if you go through the report under paragraph 821 through to 8252, pages 11 to 15, Speaker, a lot of activities, projects, and programs have been outlined. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 8214, the ministry is going to conduct research into aquaculture. And Speaker, we know research is key when it comes to aquaculture development. They will also be constructing Fishery Commission at Sujaman. They will also be renovating. I should take that one again. They will also be renovating and monitoring and also controlling the surveillance at the fishing harbor. Speaker, they will also establish marine protocol areas. They will train inland fishers. Mr. Speaker, they will also fully furnish and operationalize the Via, Doma, and Serioso hatcheries. Speaker, a number of programs and activities have been outlined, but your committee, Mr. Speaker, was disturbed about the quantum of money allocated to the ministry. Speaker, if you look at the allocation to the ministry in 2024, it was 298,772,251 Ghana cedis. We are resetting the economy, and we are expecting that either this figure is doubled or even quadrupled. Speaker, surprisingly, it's been reduced by over 13%. Only 264,081,412 has been allocated to the ministry, a significant reduction over the previous year. Speaker, for goods and services, again, the amount allocated to the ministry compared to the allocation for last year has also been drastically reduced. 2024 received 100,986,032 Ghana cedis. It's seen a reduction of 34,000,000
917,163. Speaker, that is not good enough. Speaker, again, if you look at what has been allocated under KPES, 2024, the allocation was 169,581,000 Ghana cedis, compared to the current allocation of 163 million and 156,000. Again, a reduction of over 6 million Ghana cedis. Speaker, the ministry will need enough money. They have to complete the Anumabo fishing project. Speaker, this project was started way back in 2011 and is yet to be completed. Again, Speaker, they will need money to automate the premix outlets. Speaker, you know the challenges associated with premix, the cost of the premix.
Honourable Member, please conclude.
The diversion, the hoarding, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry certainly will need money to complete those projects. Speaker, so the committee is pleading with the finance minister that if there is any windfall, we plead that adequate resources should be allocated to the ministry when the budget is being reviewed mid-year. Speaker, so in conclusion, we urge this House to approve a budgetary allocation of 264,081,403 to the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Gakpe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to support the motion numbered number 2 at the page 4 of addendum 2 of the today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, in view of this, during the committee meeting, we realized that the committee, though the budget allocated to the fisheries sector is not enough, but the ministry have taken the opportunity to actually support heavily by the Honorable Fisheries College. They have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for this, for the fisheries ministry, but 80% of the 100 million Ghana cedis, 80% of it is being allocated to complete the Honorable Fisheries College. And this one is a good initiative from the ministry, so that college can be done, and then people can go in, and then the purpose of the reasons why it was being built will be actually fulfilled. So that was a good initiative, that if this budget approved, they will be using that resources in terms of supporting that aspect of the budget. Mr. Speaker, another thing that the committee came up in the committee meeting is that provision of solar-powered outboard motors. You know, it is a laudable initiative, but when it was piloted, during the pilot, a lot of fisher folks kicked against it. The reason being that during the night, they were not able to get the solar power to power the outboard motor. And then though we are, in terms of its effectiveness, in terms of its implementation program, we reduce carbon emission as well as its attendant environmental, ecological risk and all that. But in view of that, because of the solar power the source is not coming, and then the fisher folk kick against that. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee have carefully examined the budget estimate of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture for 2025 fiscal year, and it is satisfied that the policy and programs outlined for the year will go a long way
to transform the fisheries and aquaculture sector into a viable economic segment to contribute to the national development. In view of that, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the total sum of 264,881,430 Ghana cedis to implement the programs and activities of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. In view of that, I urge the House to approve this budget for the Ministry of Fisheries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for contributing.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me speak in support of the motion for the passage of the motion advertised. In respect of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and in respect of Ministry of Fisheries, Aquaculture, Development. Speaker, let me limit, in lieu of the commentaries made by the ranking, let me limit myself to some portions of the report. Speaker, page 21 of the report, paragraph 9.6, talks about prioritization of aquaculture development. And we all do know the ultimate impact on the economy and even in our homes, availability of protein on the domestic table and reduction of the import bill on fish and fish product. We will want to encourage the minister to do more in this area and particularly focus on women in aquaculture development. I think the minister is also a very respected, gender-sensitive person. I will want to suggest to her that women in aquaculture development, we can't go wrong on that. And I know the previous government started the production, the supply of fingerlings. The supply of fingerlings. And the minister, you can see the minister beaming with smile. She is happy with that. And you are not supporting the minister. So, we want to support the minister and for her to sustain that project, support it, then we can have more fingerlings available to support our drive towards aquaculture development, with emphasis on women. The concerns about Anomabo Fisheries College, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the only academic institution that is devoted solely for that purpose. And I think we have to do more in that regard. We'll have to develop it well for it to become useful indeed. I'm told there is also a treatment plant Minister, there is a treatment plant towards Takradio, so I'm told. Maybe details, Deputy Leader has the details of that. It's something we have to look at and ensure its development. Clearly, I think that she needs more budgetary support. What has been, I see you smiling. What she's been allocated is still not enough. Chama, I'm sure you're in support. This is part of the reason why the Exchequer needs to be here when we are making commentaries on this motion. Yeah. Oh, yes, I see my friends here. Take note. Take note. So the Fisheries Department needs more support. And then I'm sure it can, if we are able to enhance and upscale on aquaculture development, it will help to reduce the import bill on fishery products, and that will go a long way to help. Enforcement of fisheries law it's something that we also have to pay attention to, and the ministry needs to be supported. Not just domestic, but even on the high seas. Good control and largely ensure monitoring to avoid some of these excesses. Having said this, I think we need to support the minister and ensure the passage of this motion. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, gratitude for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion before the House. Speaker, let me zoom in straight to item number 94, containing the report contained on page 20 of the report. Speaker, it's about resourcing the automation of the premix fuel initiative. Speaker, premix is so important for the livelihood of our people in the entire coastal stretch of the Republic of Ghana, as well as the over 5 million people dotted within the lake region of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole economy on the Volta Lake, and there are huge commercial centers that are dotted along the Volta Lake. So transportation even on the lake is based solely on the use of premix, as well as our fisher folks along the entire coastal stretch based on premix, the use of premix, and some modicum of transportation also on the sea, also based on premix. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to use this opportunity, even though I agree with the committee that the allocation to the ministry should be approved for its work for this year. Speaker, may I seek a very special leave that the House revises the allocation to the ministry upwards. Speaker, the ministry has over 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is a reduction of about 34.7 million from the 2024 budgetary allocation. And they have committed to continuing with the 2024 projects, including the building automation centers that will be operationalized for vending of the premix. Mr. Speaker, you may be aware that premix a couple of years ago the distribution became very cantankerous because of the difficulties it generated in terms of diversion and middlemen, operation of middlemen. And you can only eliminate the presence of middlemen who takes the fuel from the vending points and resell at a higher value to our poor fisher folks when we automate it. So that when you go to the automation center, you vend directly to the people who need it. And it's the automation that can eliminate it. So we need to commit to spending money to making sure that it is operationalized. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, she will come back before us next year asking for additional money to do that. And yet the problem in terms of the distribution difficulties would have persisted. So, Speaker, the request for more allocation is also to help the aquaculture projects of the ministry to be able to focus on that. Mr. Speaker, it's also important that the outstanding 260 million financing of joint projects with a private sector operative should also be considered and provided for. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I know that the minister will, but it's very, very dear to this House that the millions of Ghanaians, both in the coastal region and the entire Volta Lake region, are given some priority by increasing the allocation to the minister to be able to undertake the projects that she intends to undertake for them. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to review the budget upwards before same is approved. I thank you for the opportunity.
Minister, would you like to?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all for the comments that you are in support of increasing our budget allocation. Mr. Speaker, I'd not like to take too much of the time of the House, but I just want to emphasize the importance of the fisheries sector. And as you may know, fisheries comes from marine, inland, and aquaculture. Unfortunately, we are not able to produce enough fish to meet our fish needs and our protein requirements. 60% of animal protein for Ghanaians comes from fisheries. As a result of which, we want to focus on aquaculture this time, a lot more focus on aquaculture. That is why, from what the Chief Whip said, we need to quickly look at the partnership that government had with a private entity, R&B. I think the total project cost was over 300 million and only 100 million was provided. So we need to pay over 260 million to this private entity so that the description that was given to the fingerlings supply and hatcheries and a lot of jobs created can be done. Mr. Speaker, we also currently are under a yellow card from the EU from illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. What we need to do to address this includes enforcing our fisheries enforcement unit. To capacitate the fisheries enforcement unit requires serious surveillance at sea. That requires a boat. We need to purchase a surveillance boat to be able to do these things. Mr. Speaker, we also need to monitor the illegalities. Mr. Speaker, we also need to monitor the illegalities that go on at sea, and that requires that we have electronic monitoring systems on our vessels. The task is huge. We submitted 1 billion estimates, and we got 260 million. I understand that the kitty is pretty empty. If there was more, I'm sure the finance minister would have given us more. But I'm hoping that when a midterm review comes, they will consider us and give us more. Mr. Speaker, I'm also requesting that the IGF that is created from Premix and the Fisheries Commission, we are allowed to retain 100%, so we can use to do some of the work that we have to do. And finally, thank you all, and I'm looking forward to some increase in the estimates that have been given to us so that we can do what it is that we want to do in the Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All members, the motion before us with a sum of 264,081,412 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2025. Debate was to the effect that this amount is small and it should be increased. Some are asking for a special leave of the Speaker to have this amount increased. Honourable members, that the Speaker have a special leave to grant leading to an increment of the figure proposed by the motion. In the circumstances, honourable members, at the close of the debate, the question is, as those as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against, say no. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 264,081,412 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, thank you very much. Deputy Majority Leader, any indication
Mr. Speaker, we want to look at securely for addendum 3. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, before we come to addendum 3, something must happen.
What needs to happen? Mr. Speaker, I want to order the sorry, and look at addendum 3. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
No, what will happen is not varying the order of business. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, you are here. You presented the paper. You have the authority to do what is supposed to be done. So please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to withdraw the Ghana Gold Board bill that was laid on the 19th of March.
Honorable Deputy Minister, hold the floor. Honorable Majority.
Speaker, I heard my colleague, who obviously is seeking to come under Order 173. However, he needs to be nudged that there are implications. Because if he is coming under 173.2, then 159 will ultimately apply. It should be guided. I'm not sure that is the intention. Because if 159 will apply, it would have to be gazetted and it will go through a long process. But that is not what I think they are seeking to do. They should get closer to the chief whip, who is a lawyer, and he should guide them appropriately. I want to help you pass your appropriation. I also want to help you pass all your bills. So do the rightful thing. Speaker, he needs to be guided.
Honorable Majority.
Speaker, I believe that the present process is couched within Order 98, Mr. Speaker. Withdrawal of a paper. Mr. Speaker, it's a bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill was laid, I believe, a couple of days ago and was referred to the committee. And upon consideration, some winnowing had been done. And so the promoters went back to tidy it up. And so they are back to withdraw what was originally laid so that the appropriately pruned fresh one can be represented. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, so it is properly couched and anchored in the procedure to do this. I don't know why. Whether you want him to recite the rule or not.
Honorable Deputy Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Speaker, I am saying, well, they can proceed on the tangent as they please. But the point I'm making is that because you recall when the bill was first laid, you communicated your intentions to us. And you want the bill to be passed into law before we rise, right? Now, 159 says it will have to go through Gazette 14 days. That is my understanding. Unless I have senior members here who would want to guide us. Unless you don't get the drift. Because I'm not sure you want to go through the 14 days process. So then there should be a way of us doing it. So that you don't go, I'm not the one to tell you.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, financial bills under Article 108, does it go through what you are talking about?
Speaker, strictly speaking, this is not a financial bill, Mr. Speaker, but it's not. No, it's not. But Mr. Speaker, the referral, no, when it is late, the referral can be made to the committee to make a determination whether or not it should be taken under certificate of urgency. That determination.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker.
I was on the chair when the bill was laid.
precisely so.
We were made aware that it is a financial bill. As a result, it should be referred.
Speaker,
listen to me in silence. It was a financial bill. That was why we referred it to Finance Committee for consideration and report. That was the reason for which it was laid by the minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, then I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, then all these points do not even arise at all. So when it is done...
That is why I am referring him to Article 108.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. So proceed.
Thank you. Gold board bills. Speaker, to the best of my understanding, unless, Speaker, you correct me, it's not a financial bill. Is it a financial bill? The gold board bill is a financial bill. Speaker, Deputy Minister, probably you should apprise the House. Is that a financial bill? Science, it's not a financial bill. So it will not strictly come under 108.
It's not a financial bill.
Then, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, what bill is it?
Speaker, I'm unable to give a description to it. Gold board, trading in gold, it's not necessarily a financial bill. I mean, Speaker, if we are to look at the practice in this House, and this will not come under classification of financial bill. Speaker, it will not strictly come under financial bill.
Speaker, you are guiding us. The sponsors of the bill says that it is a financial bill. Mr. Speaker, please. The sponsors of the bill are telling the House that it's a financial bill. So once that communication has come, like Mr. Speaker is guiding, we are guided. And the determination whether or not it's to be taken under a certificate of urgency is to be determined by the committee. You understand? So once the sponsors are saying that it's a financial bill, so be it.
Honourable members, why do we want to relitigate this matter? The bill initially introduced was introduced as a financial bill referred to the Finance Committee. And the chairman responsible for finance is here to have that particular bill withdrawn. So he who lays the bill is here to have it withdrawn. Can I say I am not going to permit the person who introduced the bill not to withdraw the bill? If the bill were to be introduced by a different minister, then the argument could have sufficed. But he was the minister who laid the bill. And it is the same minister who is making an application before me to have the bill withdrawn. So how do we refuse that application? Deputy Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know our friends on the other side mean well. They want to help us do this in dispatch. Mr. Speaker, I come seeking your leave to withdraw the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 that was presented in this House on the 19th of March. Mr. Speaker, the essence of the withdrawal is to allow us incorporate all the amendments that have been factored in and have been reached on consensus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this bill was presented by the minister responsible for finance. He's here by his deputy with an application to have the bill withdrawn. Accordingly, the bill introduced and read the first time is withdrawn. Yes, Honorable Kwame Animedu entry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to offer some advice. The bill having been accordingly withdrawn, your leave has been sought and has accordingly been withdrawn. I pray that the two whips must meet and discuss the way forward before we think of relaying this bill, either today or tomorrow. That's the only advice I would want to offer to, so the two whips or the leaders can discuss this, because you can foresee what is coming ahead. It is a financial bill, it is not a financial bill. That would definitely be the issue that we have to discuss here. So the two leaders can discuss it, and then you know your way clear before you bring it back to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may we seek your leave to look at the item contained on order paper addendum 3, which is a presentation and first reading of bills. That's the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 by the Minister of Finance.
Honourable members, order paper addendum 3, presentation and first reading of a bill.
An act to establish the Ghana Gold Board to oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, and export of gold and other precious minerals, promote value addition to the gold and other precious minerals of the country, support responsible mining and the accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, generate foreign exchange, provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is duly read for the first time, and it is accordingly referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, may I invoke Article 106, 13 of the Constitution to pray you that the committee that will consider this makes a determination whether or not it should be taken under certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I will grant that application. The committee, therefore, will have to determine the urgency or otherwise. I so direct.
Speaker, may you consider the referral again? I tried to catch your eye earlier. The Committee on Lands and Natural Resources, I'm told the leadership of the committee were supposed to...
Very well, the leadership of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources can join the Finance Committee to give a consideration to the bill and accordingly report to this House. Yes, Honourable Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
any indication?
May I seek your leave to pray that item number the report of the routes, the Committee on Routes and Transport is now ready to be taken. So it's on, Mr. Speaker. And then order paper addendum 2, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the report is ready. Give me the addendum 2.
And it is item numbered what?
No. Mr. Speaker. But the report is for Ministry of Transport.
The item numbered 9.
But yes.
Honourable members, item number 9. Deputy Minority Leader. Will you take item number 9? Are you in agreement?
Where's the addendum? Where's the other paper?
Motion.
I gave that to you. That's what I think you gave to Emilia.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm reliably informed that that is motion number 9 in order paper addendum 2.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister responsible for transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 1,971,872,757 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Transport the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of the amount of money allocated to the ministry is as follows. Compensation is 433,164,356 Ghana cedis for the purposes of compensation of employees. Mr. Speaker, goods and services, we have 330,558,172.
Honourable Minister, the detail will be in the report. Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
I rise to second the motion. And in seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, I'll present your report. The committee's report indicates significant deliberation on the matter, and we observed and made some recommendations accordingly. I request the Hazard Department to capture the entirety of the report, whilst I take some pain to talk about the observation and recommendation as well as conclusions accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed or make some recommendations for the attention of the House. Among the observations are unauthorized shipping charges, legislative and regulatory delays, Mr. Speaker, review of airport passenger service charges, Mr. Speaker, financial challenges in the railway sector, the water leak, ensuring compliance with local content requirements, Mr. Speaker, integration of Okada, the motorbike transport, in the transport system. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport plays a vital role in the nation's economic growth and public welfare by ensuring a safe, efficient, and well-maintained transportation system. Adequate funding is therefore essential to support infrastructure development, modernize public transport, enhance regulatory enforcement, and implement sustainable initiatives. Mr. Speaker, the committee hereby recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1,972,757 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Ministry of Transport for the financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion have been moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kennedy Nyako, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the approval of a sum of 1,091,872,757 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from the Ministry of Transport to consider their budget estimate and the program outlook for the year 2025. Some observations were made during the meeting, and Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7.1 talks about unauthorized shipping charges by some shipping lines. Mr. Speaker, this House, somewhere last year in July, passed an act, the Ghana Shippers Authority Act, Act 1122, under certificate of agency in this House. The purpose or the rationale behind that passage of that act was to ensure we bring sanity into the shipping space where shipping lines unilaterally charges or introduce some charges on their own without recourse to the. We passed the act in this House, and it was just to fortify the Shippers Authority to be able to regulate and make sure they are the ones that sanction or approve in consultation with the shipping line to introduce or make sure that the right charges are being charged to the importers in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is very worrying that when you go to the port, these shipping agents who are not, let's say, mostly owned by these foreign companies, they charge so much to the extent that importers complain, a lot of complaints that are going on, which we believe that those charges are not justifiable, and therefore the act should be able to, as we speak now, at the committee level, we realize that the ministry is now putting together the regulations to submit to Parliament to be able to implement the act. But we have asked the ministry that while they are waiting for the regulations to be submitted to Parliament, they can still ensure, they go ahead and use the law, the act, to make sure they enforce whatever that they have to bring, whatever enforcement that they have to bring to ensure that there is sanity in the sector. Mr. Speaker, then again, paragraph 7.2, paragraph 7.3 also talks about the review of the APSC, which is the Airport Passenger Service Charges. The last time this fee was reviewed was in 2013. And Mr. Speaker, look at how much that we spend in building our airport, the Terminal 3, the Tamale Airport, the Kumasi Airport, and we are still charging 5 cedi. 5 cedi. How do you want us to maintain those airports? It is very expensive in maintaining those airports. So if we are not able to review these charges to be able to maintain those airports, very soon those airports will deteriorate and will not be able to have money to maintain them. So we have urged the ministry that in consultation with other stakeholders, they should be able to review the price and charge the realistic prices so that they will be able to maintain those airports. They will not put pressure to the center, where they even have to move money from the center to go and maintain those airports. The previous government, there was an arrangement that we were trying to work on that review. We couldn't finish it, but we have urged the minister that this is the time that we should look at it, so that they will be able to review those charges and make sure that they are able to charge the right fee to maintain those airports. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7(4) also talks about the Water Lake Transport System project. This was a project, a facility, a Korean EXIM facility that was passed by this House during the previous administration. And it was about $140 billion project to buy ferries and build other auxiliary projects as part of this. We passed it long ago, and as we speak, the project has not kicked start. So the committee decided to inquire or find out why there's a delay in the implementation of the project. And the ministry gave us the assurance that they were going through the process to get a consultant to be able to start with the initial assessment so that they can start with the project. But the most important part of it is that within that agreement, 40% of that project was to go to local contractors. And I urged the minister to ensure that the 40% local content, he strictly ensures that it goes to the local contractors to make sure that they also benefit from this program. Mr. Speaker, these were the few observations that were made. And on that note, I want to urge the House to support for the approval of this budget allocation for the ministry, so that they will be able to carry out their programs and activities for the year 2024. On that note, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes. Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to associate myself with the motion before the House that the House approve 1 billion and that sum of money for the activities of the Ministry of Transport for the financial year 31st December 2025. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, just to refer you to page 13 of the committee's report, legislative and regulatory delays. The committee noted significant delays in the presentation of necessary legislative instruments. In listening to the ranking member, he carried me on board to understand that in respect of the Shippers Authority Bill, which is the Parent Act, we should get the LI to come and operationalize the Act. But I do not see the reference to the second Parent Act they are referring to in their report. Next time, it will be good for us to know. If I hadn't listened to you on Shippers Authority, I don't know the LI you are talking about. I presume there is another outstanding LI in respect of the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. But Mr. Speaker, mine is just one comment that probably into the future we can look at it. Page 14, financial challenges in the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, it is my considered view, and I'm sure I will articulate same, and government will look at it. I think that over the years, particularly since we passed the Petroleum Revenue Management Act in 2015, thereabout, we will have to find a way so that the annual budget funding amount is dedicated to railway development. And my view is that we should use the annual budget funding amount as a collateral, so that some contractor will be asked to build a railway from Takwa to Wa through Bolga. Then every other year, instead of taking money from ABFA and spending it on consumables and other sectors of the economy, we can just dedicate it to the building of a railway. Then Ghanaians tomorrow will know that this is how we spend their oil revenue. It built a railway line for them. Then, Mr. Speaker, I end with I end with a note. I'm sure the minister will respond to it. Is page 3 of your committee's report, and that's just for the clerks. When you come to read, following the reorganization of the ministries under the Civil Service Ministries Instrument 2025 EI1, aimed at streamlining government operations and enhancing efficiency, the Ministry of Railway has been merged with the Ministry of Transport. So I want to believe that the agencies of the ministry will include the Ministry for Aviation, and I'm sure the reorganized EI admits same. This is just what I wanted the minister to respond to. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leadership. Yes, Majority Leadership. Yes, Honorable Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to support the report under consideration for the House to approve 1 billion Ghana cedis for the operations of the Transport Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the report. I can't find anything on Ghana Airport Company. Mr. Speaker, we have a very big issue at hand. The ranking member mentioned it in passing. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to have a meeting with the Ghana Airport Company. Mr. Speaker, apart from Kotoka International Airport, all the airports that we have in this country are making losses. All of them. So if you take off Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3, we are doomed. So if we invest so much into these facilities, and we are told that passenger throughput has increased, and they can't even break even, Mr. Speaker, let alone to make profit. So what kind of investment appraisal we did to do all these things? But we go to town, we've renovated Kumasi Airport, it's now an international airport. Tamale Airport, now international airport. Sunyani Airport. By the end of the day, the investment has gone to the drain. So, Mr. Speaker, like you suggested, even if you are to up the fees and charges, at least we can make headway. But if it's a private developer, nobody will sink this amount of money into developing an airport, and by the end of the day, you run at a loss. Some are generating zero revenue. Zero. So as a house, Mr. Speaker, all those loans came to this house, we gave approval to them. And we can't give approval, construct airport, and go to sleep without monitoring what is happening over there. So the chairman of the committee is here, the minister is here. Let's have a discussion. Let's see how best we can address this issue. So by the end of the day, even if they're not making profit, they should break even. So that we will see that the investment made so far, at least there is a positive return on our investment. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, okay, Minister, you may wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank the House and to assure the House that the Ministry of Transport is prepared and ready to execute all the projects that we have lined up. And also to remind the House that after the EI1 2025, the Ministry now oversees the aviation sector, the maritime sector, the roads transport sector, and railway subsectors. These are all under the Ministry of Transport with 15 agencies that we oversee their activities. We will also work hard to quickly bring to the House the LI that the ranking made commentary on, the committee made commentary on. We advanced in all the preparatory works, and it is now ready to be laid in this House for approval. I want to thank the House and Mr. Speaker for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 1,091,872,757 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2025. Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
Speaker, I guess the mood of the House is that we bring today's business to a close. Is there another business? Which one? Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, my attention has just been drawn to one more NDPC, one more report that's available for us to take. So let me implore my brother that today he's been very cooperative, but I want to implore him so that we take the last one. We take the last one. I'm putting my house in order. Putting my house in order in this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, initially, there was a bit of indecision on the part of the Majority Whip. However, I got the sense that he has been apprised appropriately. But, Speaker, even if it is the case that we proceed to take the last motion, plus or minus, we would have done just 6 motions for the day. And today is Tuesday. Speaker, we have tomorrow and Thursday. We would have done 6 out of about 45 motions to be staged. We still have a lot to do. I commend my brother, my good friend. A number of the papers have been laid, reports have been laid today. But Speaker, they should make sure that we get all the reports that have been laid, we get the report tomorrow. Otherwise, tomorrow we can just do about 6. And we have over 45 motions. So we will endure and make sure we take the last one. But I'm just a bit worried about the number of reports we've laid. And the reports are not available. They should try from now to tomorrow, let's get most of the reports so that tomorrow, even tomorrow, if we're able to do like 10, then we'll be making progress. If we are going to be staggering around 6, 5, 3, meanwhile you have advised and promised 24-hour economy, then the 24-hour economy is lacking. So we'll endure.
Honourable Member, you are right.
I'm right.
Except if you want to talk about 24-hour economy, then we have to wait till tomorrow.
Speaker, let's proceed.
So the committee clerks are to make the report available timeously.
Yeah, that's true, but Speaker, he also have a role to play.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, item number 13 on order paper, addendum 2.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to pray that the Honourable Minister responsible for rules do that for us.
Yes, leave is hereby granted. Minister responsible for roads and highways.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 23,289,484 Ghana cedi for the services of the National Development Planning Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this Honourable House approve the sum of 23,289,484 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Development Planning Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, I would like to take the report of the committee. Report of the Committee on Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, I will treat the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read fully by touching on few areas. Mr. Speaker, the National Development Planning Commission, NDP, was established under Article 86-87 of the 1990 Constitution. The mandate to advise the President on development planning policy and strategy. Mr. Speaker, touching on the performance of the budget execution for December 2024, Mr. Speaker, the compensation did 73.5%.
Member, the Hansard Department will capture all. In conclusion,
Mr. Speaker, let me go to the conclusion. If that is the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having conducted through examination of the 2025 program and annual budget estimate of the National Development Planning Commission, concludes that the initiatives align with the strategic objectives essentials for advancing the nation's development. The committee accordingly recommends that this House approve the total sum of 23,289,484 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the NDPC for the 2025 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable Kwejo Oponkunwa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the report. As the chairman has mentioned, the committee, after interrogating the numbers, made a few observations, three of which I would like to highlight. First was the fact that a good number of ministries, departments, and agencies are not preparing their medium-term plans and certifying same. About 53% of MDAs are doing that. And so the committee in subsequent months will be working with the NDPC to examine how some sanctions can be brought to bear on MDAs that are not preparing their plans but are still expecting to be funded by the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, secondly, we noticed that though the NDPC has signed agreements with international development partners to the tune of about 30 million Ghana cedis to help their budget, finance is only allowing them to take about 3 million. This is grants, and the explanation finance is giving is that the DP contribution in the budget cannot go beyond 250. That $250 million equivalent, we understand, is for debt, not grants. Be that as it may, we will approve this, but during the year we want to engage some more with finance and in particular the IMF, which we are being told is imposing this condition, to examine how we can lift that for them to receive these grants and to do their work. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I support the motion that is before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Minority Leader. Majority.
Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to support the estimate for the NDPC. Mr. Speaker, they face quite a number of challenges looking at the report. And what Honorable Kojo Oponkunwa has just mentioned, to do with the grant money that they receive. It is important that NDPC is supported to carry the important work that they do, including the challenges that they have in terms of the personnel that are prepared to work there. Mr. Speaker, I do support that this House approved the sum of the 23,289,484 cedis. Mr. Speaker, Thank you very much.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approved the sum of 23,289,484 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Development Planning Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've gone beyond 5 hours. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in our hands. And
honorable members, it's been more than 5 hours of sitting. I am fortified by Order 56-2 to adjourn the House. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, the 26th of March, 2025 at 12 noon.